Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans, and now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
Fidelity Bank, as New Orleans as king cake, parades, beads, doubloons, and the families that get together to celebrate them all. Serving this community since 1908. Hail Rex, hail Comas, happy Mardi Gras.
Our topic today is about savings. What is savings?
Hancock Whitney isn't just a bank for our clients. We're investing in our hometowns, making life better for everyone. So keep dreaming. We've got your back.
The Delray, Camarda, and Hills families salute Rex, the King of Carnival, on his 150th anniversary and are honored to support this program and the other quality programming on WYES. Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com. The Gustav Westphal McElhenney Family Foundation supports the renewal of New Orleans and the ongoing process of transforming our city's schools. Rex organization volunteers and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation are helping assure that every child in New Orleans can attend an excellent school.
French Market Coffee, a proud part of New Orleans traditions since 1890.
Hello, I'm Emmett Dupas, lead partner at Bienville Capital Group, where we specialize in finding solutions to help companies and their employees reach their financial goals.
Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. In honor of John Charbonnet and the late Dottie Charbonnet, their children Jack, Story, and Anne congratulate Rex on its 150th anniversary. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex on his 150th anniversary and is proud to support this special program.
Demo Diva clears the path to the future. Now we celebrate Carnival traditions and tip our crown to the past.
Brooke Duncan III, Foster Duncan, Kelly Duncan, and Kitty Sherrill are proud to honor their father, Brooke H. Duncan, who reigned as Rex on its 100th anniversary. Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Chaff McCall, proud to celebrate Carnival and honor the monarchs of Mardi Gras and the tradition of service before self. Additional support by Bellwether Technology. Home Care Solutions, compassionate in-home elder care to extend your loved one's independence. Poydras Home, independent living, assisted living, and nursing care in the heart of Uptown since 1817. Additional funding is provided by the law firm of Adams and Reese. And Jonathan C. McCall. Live from the Sheraton Hotel and the New Orleans Marriott Hotel on historic Canal Street bordering the French Quarter, WYES presents the 2022 Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas. And now, here is Peggy Scott Laborde.
Good evening, I'm Peggy Scott Laborde, and welcome to the 2022 Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and the Mystic Crew of Comas. We'll visit with Carnival royalty, past and present, and we'll look back at the Rex Parade 150 years ago. The King of Carnival has already had a busy day. Let's see what he's up to the rest of the year. James Reese III, the 2022 King of Carnival, found out he would reign in a most unexpected way.
I get to serve on the committee that gets to choose Rex each year, and in that capacity I arrived at the meeting with several ideas in my hip pocket about who I believed Rex should be, and they seemed to agree with one of my selections, which I was thrilled about. And as we finished up that portion of the meeting, one of the other fellow committeemen stopped the entire meeting and said, "Wait a minute, this isn't right. This is not what we agreed upon." And I said, "This is exactly what we just agreed upon." And he said, "No, it's not. We think we've made a mistake." And I said, "You made a mistake?" We all agreed. He said, "No, we've made a mistake. It needs to be you." And they had obviously prearranged that, so I was shocked and surprised and thrilled to death.
Reese serves as Executive Vice President of First Horizon Advisors, the wealth advisory division of First Horizon Bank. He is the managing director for the bank's wealth advisory teams in Louisiana and Texas. He also chairs the bank's advisory board for the New Orleans market. His Majesty served in the Marine Corps in Afghanistan as a helicopter pilot. In 2004, he was awarded one of the nation's highest military decorations, the Distinguished Flying Cross for heroism, while participating in aerial flight while serving as a section leader and pilot of an AH-1W Super Cobra Marine Light Attack helicopter. Civic activities reflecting the military aspect of his career includes leadership with the local chapter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the New Orleans Military and Maritime Academy on the West Bank, and Bastion Community Services, which supports returning veterans and their families at its campus in Gentilly. He is also involved with the Pro Bono Publico Foundation and the co-chair of the Mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Committee. Growing up in New Orleans invariably stirs up Mardi Gras memories.
Well, I grew up inside the parade route in the Garden District, so I have a ton of great memories in chasing floats down and running outside the house to catch Zulu on Mardi Gras morning, followed by Rex and then later Comus that night. I love seeing the bands as a kid. That's a highlight to me, and it will always be a highlight when watching a Mardi Gras parade. I dressed as Evel Knievel until I was like 12. And have great memories of my dad pulling myself and my sister in a red wagon down the avenue dressed in my Evel Knievel costume, trying to catch as many parades as I possibly could. So it's a great childhood memory for me. I've always loved Mardi Gras.
This year's monarch and his wife have 3 children. Family pastimes include going to local restaurants and duck hunting. In the Reese family, the connections to Rex have been strong through the years. Reese is especially proud of his grandmother's ties with the organization.
My grandmother, Alice Peake Reese, was a local artist who was the Rex Royal Artist for many years, up until 1968. She designed both the floats and the costumes. My father served as a Duke in the Rex organization in 1959. I served as a Duke in 1995. My sister was a maid in the Rex organization. My son was a page in the Rex organization.
This year, it just so happens that the families of the King and Queen of Carnival are longtime friends.
We go way back. I've traveled as a young person with her dad and her uncle. So to be sitting up there with her on Mardi Gras Day on the throne and to have the chance to pass by her and toast her at the Intercontinental Hotel is going to be really, really special. I've watched her grow up as a child, and she's a beautiful young lady who's extremely accomplished.
This year's Rex is especially proud of the organization's efforts to make a difference in the community. For him, Rex's motto, Pro Bono Publico, for the good of the public, truly hits home. Since its inception after Hurricane Katrina, the Cruz Foundation has raised over $10 million for the improvement of public education.
So I would say what I'm most proud of is the creation of the Pro Bono Publico Foundation, which embodies the spirit of our motto and really puts into action what it is that we were really founded to do.
And welcome again to our live broadcast. Joining me this evening are Errol Laborde, Executive Editor of Renaissance Publishing and author of the book Mardi Gras, Chronicles of the New Orleans Carnival. And hello, E.
Hi.
Hello. And Will French, who is the historian in training for the Rex organization, and he works on preserving and researching Rex organization history with a special emphasis on digital and video archives, and he is is also a local attorney and tax credit financier for the film and historic preservation industries. Hello, hello.
Peg, it is so nice to be back.
Is
We're
it
back.
ever? We are definitely back with so many stories to tell and so much to talk about. But first of all, we do want to set the stage for something that's very important. Will?
A little housekeeping. So what you're going to see in the ball behind us today is a lot of people not wearing masks, and that's of course because of several reasons. One, the CDC has reduced their restrictions and limits on mask wearing. Two, the Sheraton Hotel has done a fantastic job of checking vaccination records and negative PCR tests, and masks have been provided to everybody who is in attendance today so they can make their own decisions as to whether they want to mask or not mask. But I think what you're going to see is a lot of people not wearing masks.
All right, thank you. And let's start with the Royal Run early this morning, Errol. A lot was going on at Audubon Park that was of a very regal nature.
This was the tradition. It was 40th anniversary. All the anniversaries were celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Royal Run. It's held on the morning of Mardi Gras at Audubon Park. The late Bowden O'Reilly, who was both a Rex and the captain, started it. And I've often wondered, probably to the chagrin of all Rexes to follow, having to get up early in the morning to run. But there's Rex this year. They always start off with king cake and champagne. Our correspondent, Justin Winston, reports there was about 200 or 300 happy people. And they seem to be happy. I can't say it's 300, but they're happy. And what happens is that people gather. Rex always starts to run by firing this cannon right there, and then they run. Okay, there they go running, and they make they qualify that this is a run and not a race, because if it was a race, they'd have to declare a winner, and the winner would always be the queen.
Of course.
And so instead of being redundant, we'll just say it's a run and the king and the queen tied.
And showing that it's already a pretty long day for
yeah.
our royalty. Also, though, at the Den, right before the parade, was a very poignant ceremony, and it's called the flag raising ceremony. And Will?
We've been doing this since after Katrina, and what we do is we hoist a flag that flew in Iraq with the crew of Baghdad. Today was especially sentimental because one of the great folks in the Rex organization, Sam Morris. Sam is a veteran of the Vietnam War, served in the Marines from 1969 to 1973. Sam does just about everything at the Den except paint the floats. And this was our chance to honor Sam, have him raise the flag, and play the Marine Corps anthem for him. And it was a very touching moment. There's Sam there. Outstanding guy. I don't know what this organization would do without him. The Den would probably not exist without him. So thank you, Sam, wherever you are tonight. And thanks for all the great work you do for the Rex organization.
Absolutely. Will, let's talk about your day.
I had an interesting day. So obviously, being back on the parade route, riding on a horse, after 2 years of no Mardi Gras was outstanding. It was fun. The day was beautiful. It was just so nice to have Mardi Gras back. But I also had a page riding on the King's float. So that meant that everything started extra early to get everybody fed and dressed in costume. And I'll tell you, this was the best Mardi Gras I've ever had, because I got to watch my son, as I was on a horse, turning around to see him behind me, just behind me, have the best day of his life. And it was fantastic.
Oh, how wonderful. And we'll get to meet him a little bit later. We'll see him all dolled up. What color lieutenant are you?
I'm a green lieutenant. And so this year we had special doubloons. Green lieutenants had green doubloons. Purple lieutenants had purple doubloons, and gold had gold, which was a nice new little touch. And everybody wanted the colored doubloons this year.
Well, Air, we walked around a little bit. Beautiful day. Starting to see some pretty creative costumes.
It was a happy crowd. Royal Street tends to be a real hotspot as the day evolves, because Society of St. Anne, which starts in Marigny, it begins there and then it crosses over and then it comes down to Royal Street. And as the day progresses, Royal Street becomes crowded with maybe hundreds and hundreds of maskers, and it's something that really captures the spirit of Carnival. And so it's always a good thing to see. And on Charter Street, especially around Jackson Square, you always see miscellaneous maskers too. So those are the fun spots.
Absolutely. Now let's point out something that's very important. You are seeing us. We are signing on 1/2 hour earlier. It's 7 o'clock. The ball actually begins at 8. You're hearing the members of the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra tuning up. So there's a lot of activity starting to go on, behind us. But that is what's happening. We had so much to talk about. We added the 1/2 hour. So it's kind of fun because you get to see a little bit of the backstage stuff as well. But the LPO, oh my goodness, that sound is something that's, I would assume, sounds very much like 100 years ago, at least.
It does, and you're right. We needed to start half an hour early because this, as we know, is the 150th anniversary of the Rex organization, and there is just so much of that history that we want to touch on tonight, just a little bit to give the audience a feel for what the last 150 years has been like, and maybe what the next 150 will look like as
Absolutely.
well.
There's a book, there's an exhibit. We're going to be telling you all about that. We have a lot to tell you about, but very excited, as we said, to be here. You'll see in some of our water shots, the set is magnificent. Mardi Gras Productions did a great job, and we'll also be showing you a little bit later some very special chandeliers that originally hung at Rex Balls at the Municipal Auditorium. So how's that for amazing nostalgia as well? But very, very good. So thank you, gentlemen. And now, one of the many ways that the Rex organization is celebrating its sesquicentennial is with a special exhibit chronicling the past. Here's Diane Mack with some highlights.
A major exhibition at the Presbyterian Museum commemorates the 150th anniversary of the Rex organization. The exhibit tells the crew's story through the Louisiana State Museum's extensive Mardi Gras collection and newly discovered treasures.
We've been working on this exhibition for several years now, and it gave us an opportunity to find things that may still be in private hands. One of the most important acquisitions is the costume of George Zulu, one of the founders of Rex in 1872, and he reigned as King of Carnival in 1887. But what's particularly unique about Zulu's costume is that it is the second oldest Rex costume in existence, and we were able to acquire the costume for the permanent collection, and now we are exhibiting it for the first time since the 1920s.
Dr. Stephen Hales, historian and archivist for Rex, and author of Rex 150 Years of the School of Design, helped collect images and artifacts for the retrospective.
We have found so many things that document the history of the School of Design that have never been exhibited before. If I had to pick one, it probably would be the ducal medal that came down through 3 generations of Louis Solomon's family, and very few of those survive.
In the exhibit's stunning gallery of rare crown jewels are sketches for court jewelry acquired from a collector in Germany that illustrate the French connection to Rex.
We were able to find sketches made originally in Paris and be able to pair those with the crowns and scepters as they were worn by the kings and queens of Carnival.
One of my major goals for this exhibition was to look at the men and women who have been associated with Rex, bringing together not only Rex artifacts associated with them, but also personal artifacts. Cora Slocum was Queen of Carnival in 1881. She ended up marrying an Italian count and living the rest of her life in Italy. She founded a school for underprivileged women in Italy who had skills making lace, and the lace won international awards in Europe and the United States.
Also featured is Adrienne Lawrence, the 1906 Queen of Carnival, a bibliophile who lived her adult life in New Roads, Louisiana, and helped establish the first public library in Pointe Coupee Parish.
In New Roads, in the main branch of the public library, there's always been kind of a shrine to Miss Adrienne, with her gown, her mantle, her train, and her crown and her scepter. Miss Adrienne's Carnival memorabilia will be on display, and it gives us a chance to remember her story and what she means to the history of the Rex organization.
A float exhibit provides a rare opportunity for visitors to study the traditional use of papier-mâché in the Rex Parade.
It was a joy to be able to have royal artists actually build a float here in the galleries that people can look at close up. There's so much skill that goes into the design and execution of a float.
Beyond the cruise pageantry, the exhibition also reflects the deeper mission that Rex embraced after Hurricane Katrina through its Pro Bono Publico Foundation, which has provided over $10 million in support for the New Orleans school system.
I want anyone who visits this exhibition to get a full sense of the sweep and the scope of a century and a half of history and art. It's there to see.
And I am so delighted that Dr. Hales is with us in person, as well as Errol, to talk about the origins of course, the Rex Parade. As much as it's about frivolity, there was a serious reason that the parade began, wasn't it?
I think there are probably, 2 or 3 reasons that contributed. One that I think doesn't get much attention is that it was an anniversary of Comas. Comas was started in 1857, and so in 1872, I think some people have been talking, 50th anniversary. Why don't we do some? These guys ran around the same circles, and so this could have given, we have a night parade, a day parade. Another thing, though, is that this was during Reconstruction, and there was a lot of upheaval in the city, and I think it could have been a part of an effort, because this was going on in a lot of cities. A lot of cities wanted to say, let's go back to being a united nation again, a United States, and they wanted to create events that people would come to. And to make that easier, it was also the age of the advent of passenger railroads. So passenger railroads were coming into use, and you see the first Rex parades, there were brochures that were sent up and down the road about coming to New Orleans. And then, of course, there was the happy coincidence that the Grand Duke Alexis was coming to town. And the fact that he was coming, why not use it and embellish it?
Absolutely. Well, let's talk, Stephen, a little bit about that first Rex, though. What an intriguing man.
Oh, Louis Solomon. A wonderful man, one of those young leaders in the city, someone who had moved here from Mobile with his family, came up with this brilliant idea of a king of Carnival, the colors purple, green, and gold, all the other elements, pro bono publico, in a room off the lobby of the St. Charles Hotel. And then 150 years later, we still hold all of those things. Louis Solomon left here just a couple of years after he reigned as King of Carnival, moved to New York, married there, but came back to visit, and with wonderful memories. Some of the, Errol, as you know, some of the accounts we have that are most specific about the founding of the organization came from interviews with Louis Solomon. We have a number of his descendants here with us tonight at the ball, and we'll honor one member of that family representing all of them.
And you actually, in the exhibit, the ducal itself, his
Yes.
ducal.
Yes, that went off to New York with Louis Solomon. Probably a week's notice. New York, stayed in the generation. Louis Solomon's medal.
Absolutely. Sort of unheralded, because unfortunately there's no photograph, but E.C. Hancock was very much involved.
Point out with Solomon that Solomon was a descendant of Solomon, who was the chief financier of the American Revolution, the Revolutionary War. So I thought that was Hancock, who was by one writer, which tells me that he was probably from John. Imagine the two key guys were descendants of John Hancock, okay, the chief financier of the American Revolution. But news was going to happen, this between the town.
Much fun to have actual royalty.
It was the first celebrity visit. The specifically for that purpose, but reasons. This is a city that needed healing. Here was a mission. Frame.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, something we don't speculate on. There was a newspaper talking about interest in cotton. And so in the way that maybe he wanted to learn about cotton. And here you got who's a cotton merchant during the time. If they didn't have anyone.
They come to the parade, spend up to
$50
$50 a day. Wow.
You hear things about tourism impact. People talking about that, but people didn't talk about, in polite company, talk about. But
well, let's talk about such as
really if not a replica, certain elements. The lady version of that. Those subtle colors, the green and gold and purple are a little different than the vivid ones, but those, as we those years, we wanted to replicate those colors too.
Mm-hmm. Now I know there's so many fascinating stories about queens. We just heard.
Carnival have been a remarkable, and both as young women and as their lives played out. I'm so fond of Adrienne Lawrence, who a bookworm who took her books and used those as a lending. There was no public library in New Roads. She later established a library, regalia there, and were displayed there. And I think they saw
The book, your book. That must have been very challenging in terms of trying to select the images. How many images are in the book?
Oh, I stopped counting.
Hundreds and hundreds.
But a decade by decade history was 150 years is a wonderful point of perspective to be able to look back and history, if it's going to be interesting, it's people and its stories. And what wonderful characters we've had in Rex history, men and women. And they're worth retelling. The continuing traditions that we honor today help anchor this celebration. My friend Walter Isaacson introducing the book, where he talks about the importance to communities of traditions and the way public and private can work to a community's advantage, working together. The art of Carnival, I hope we've captured that in the book. Not only the beautiful floats that have graced the half before that, of course, with the Mystic Crew of Comas, other arts. That enriches our that I think we should celebrate more.
Absolutely. And Errol, let us fast forward, though, to a more recent history when we're looking back on 150 years. There were some tough moments, like the police strike. 79.
Yeah. Well, there have been several times when Carnival faced a crisis, and certainly the police strike was one of them. And the organization with it in King of Carnival, and in ceremonial. I think the organization has felt some and the meeting where all the captains stood behind him and made this really painful decision not to parade because by the Teamsters Union. Important because first black were.
All the
okay, they were all backing him. And here was the Mardi Gras establishment backing Maury. They all stood together on the. I always felt grateful for that, supportive of Carnival.
A very important moment, that is for sure. Well, Stephen is going to stick around for a few more minutes, and we'll talk about Lundi Gras and the parade. But first, let's move over to Will with somebody.
I'm Romig. Has been for most of the biggest, and we want to talk a little bit with Mark about. Well, Mark, thank you.
Happy Mardi Gras, Will.
You became and how you became a.
Oh, it was 1993. Milling a and being the MC. Of course, and be involved in the organization at that level. I jumped at the opportunity and serving in 1993.
Then you were
2006, I was invited to become a Dream Company. Wonderful association. It's a wonderful organization. Great work. And when they put on this magnificent event.
Let's talk about the. Can you tell us a little bit about what we saw this year? What went into it? What were the types of things that you all did?
Thank you, Will. Year. We have banners around town. We've had a number of member events as well. We had a wonderful kind of gala dinner to open up in the French Quarter. Truly a special event, and we've got a beautiful court.
To the
so true that New Orleans for the years us going out together through this season, working together, and you can feel it in the New Orleans really needed this, and we're back.
We are so happy to be.
Well, and the Lundi 35 years.
Yeah, last night, the 35th anniversary of Lundi Gras was celebrated. You know, you think back, it started in '87, 3 years after the World's Fair, and then the World's Fair made the movement to try to do something with the riverfront.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy?
And that was the first Lundi Gras. That was Mayor Sidney Bartholomew. And what they do is that they do the ceremony where they count down and they push down this plunger. They always make this list of demands of the mayor, and like closing schools and closing City Hall. And they say, Mayor, unless you agree with this, everybody's got to go home. Mayors have always agreed with it, and they push down the plunger. It's the only fireworks in Mardi Gras. I mean, there's never been fireworks, and so this is the only.
Before we go to some present-day footage, though, explain, though, that there was a tradition of the Monday King, but this is something that's sort of
there was a tradition of wrecks arriving by river. They stopped it during World War I.
Yeah.
They revived it one time for Rep's Centennial, and then it didn't come back. And the Lundi Gras brought it back as part of the whole package. Okay, let's also bring back the revival. And
when you say package, to draw more attention to the riverfront.
Making it more of a riverfront event, like having the fireworks. The produce parade at the time was sidetracked, came up Poydras Avenue, and just making it more of a riverfront type of event.
Okay.
I gotta say, one thing that's always surprises me is the way that the term Lundi Gras has just caught on.
It is.
And become
It's
part of
truly
the
incredible.
everyday language of Carnival. And I'm sorry, one other thing. To me, Lundi Gras has one of the most special moments in all of Carnival, and that is when Rex and the Zulu get together.
Absolutely.
And when they get together and they push that plunger down, it's a great moment.
Okay, so we'll see a little bit of that because we're going to see what happened last night at the Lundi Gras. All right, here's Rex, of course, alighting from the, and you were there.
Yeah, Rex is there. Returning to the river. For the last several years, we've used the antique rail cars. Those are no longer available, so
And here's
Coast
our
Guard.
mayor.
But more important,
paying tribute
to His Majesty.
So you're back on the river with the Coast Guard.
Yes, indeed.
For one day is what the city of New Orleans needs. To the sea.
Mayor LaToya Cantrell, of course.
The interaction between
Hail
Rex,
Hail Zulu, Happy Mardi Gras.
between Rex and the mayor has been remarkably warm. Just these people work together very, very closely.
Oh, here, a tribute?
To Errol. A special proclamation. We extend our hand of gratitude to you for your stalwart service to our Carnival realm. We wish for you continued pleasure in the Grand Carnival celebrations to which you have made such enduring contributions.
All right, and that proclamation was very attractive.
Oh, Errol, that was well deserved.
Thank you.
Not only recognizing your contribution in founding Lundi Gras and adding that to the calendar of Carnival, but all of your work. You're one of the key historians of this organization, of the celebration. So that citation recognizes your contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now we'll also get to talk about the parade, today's parade, 150th anniversary parade.
What a beautiful day for a parade. I mean, this has been a long couple of years, and James Reese, a magnificent king of Carnival, someone I've loved to work with, I admire tremendously, and his warmth and enthusiasm today was just an example. Just couldn't have a better example of a king of Carnival ruling over. And look at this float, drawn by mules. There, dancing figures from Via Reggio. These Jonathan Berticelli created those as a special addition to this parade. Of course, the traditional permanent floats, and then 20 floats that evoked designs from a century and a half of beautiful artistry. Somebody asked me today, how did we pick the 20 floats from how many hundreds of choices? I said it was really hard. Henri Schindler, artistic director, participated in that. That's a float from Heavenly Bodies, Cygnus the Swan, a beautiful constellation. And a flower garden. Royal artists create the most beautiful flowers, lilies of the valley moving. I mean, this is just Carnival art at its best, and celebrating the century and a half of artistic legacy.
I know you have a lot to do with the parade, so congratulations, and so glad you could be with us, Dr. Stephen Hales, and he has a busy evening too, and hopefully he can go and have some fun. So now it's time, though, to go back to Will with someone who annually works with the Rex organization to create some very attractive keepsakes.
Peg, I'm here with Tiffany Adler. Tiffany is the royal jeweler for the Rex organization, and that makes her a very busy woman with a very busy company. Tiffany, how long have you been doing this? How long have you been the royal jeweler?
So this is a tradition that started with my great-grandfather, Coleman Adler I, who was known as the Duke of Diamonds. He was a member of the Rex organization in the late 1800s and through the time of his death in 1937.
The Duke of Diamonds. So what many people won't know is that back in the early days of the Rex organization, they actually gave Duke names to the various members. The Duke of Education, the Duke of Gentilly, I guess in this case the Duke of Diamonds. That's a really great old Rex historical throwback. That's terrific. How long have you been doing this, creating the crowns and the scepters and all of the jewelry that we're going to take a look at some of it in just a little bit?
So the crowns and scepters, when they began to belong to the organization, we made these particular sets of crowns and scepters in fitted boxes. And they were made in Austria, and we maintained them. And in 2005, we made a new set. It was being made when Katrina hit, so it was not in the den and flooded. It was at the store.
So, interestingly, since we had a year off last year, we had 2 years with nothing to do with our crowns and our scepters. So, what did that give you the opportunity to do?
So we took advantage of the extra time to take the parade scepter, the crowns, and the scepters for both the monarchs and have them refurbished in honor of the 150th. That's not something we get to do. We don't have a lot of time between carnival seasons, and so it was a real treat to get to spruce them up, add some new jewels, complete the back, and make it look a little more special.
So take us through some of the things that you created this year. We've got pictures that'll be up on the screen. I think the first one is going to be the King's pin, and then we'll do the Queen's pin given by the organization, and then the Queen's personal pin.
Great. So James wanted to create something that incorporated his interests and his presence in New Orleans and honor his military past. So the 2 silver stripes that you see represent captain in the military, which he was a captain in the Marines. There's a small propeller at the base, say, let's call it 6 o'clock, and that represents an elite flying organization that he was awarded when he was in Afghanistan. And the laurel wreath with the crown is reminiscent of a banner that was given to the New York National Guard when in 1882, and it was a sign of respect from Rex to give that to the...
And then the pin that we give to the Queen?
Yes, the pin that we give to the Queen is made out of 14-karat gold, and we have our original designs that go back to the, I want to say it's the 50s that I've found the original artwork for that pin, and we make that all in New Orleans, all in.
So the Queen's personal pin, which you can see I'm wearing on my lapel, a little bit unusual, right?
That's right. Generally, the monarchs are greeting the ladies, but this family prefers to greet the gentlemen in the organization. So not only did Ellie do this pin, but the Brights and also the Whites did men's lapel pins.
Thanks, Tiffany. Really appreciate you being here. Peg, back to you.
Thank you, and I have a special guest, and Eric Kind, and he is, of course, CWA, Chief Warrant Officer to Eric Kind, and he is the leader. He is the director of the Marine Forces Reserve Band here in New Orleans. What does a leader do exactly?
The leader. I even brought a little example here for the audience.
There you go.
My baton. I conduct the band. I do a lot of the administrative paperwork, set the example for the Marines. But yes, I have the great honor of leading the band musically as well.
Now, one thing we have to remind everybody is that your band members have to be combat ready, don't they?
Absolutely, yes. Multiple times throughout the year, we're either doing rifle training, physical fitness tests, combat fitness tests, you name it, we're always at it, and staying busy on top of our duties as musicians.
Yes. Now, how many parades was the band in this season?
So if you can see the shoes on the Marines there on the screen, they kind of burn the soles off of those things. So they march many miles, upwards of 20 to 30 parades in just this season, let alone what we do throughout the year.
And you do, of course, bring in some reinforcements.
That's right, yes. We had the pleasure of bringing down the Quantico Marine Corps Band as well as the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band from Cherry Point, North Carolina. So.
Wow.
Why is it, what makes the Marine bands, it sounds like a soft question, but I mean,
sure.
What makes it so good? I mean, why is that talent level higher? It can't be just because of the basic training they get.
Well, that basic training helps out a lot. Recruit training really gets all of us in the same mindset of, hey, we're Marine musicians, not just the musician part. We have that focus, that attention to detail, and we always strive for excellence in everything we do. No performance is going to be like, oh, you know, this is whatever, we'll just play. Every performance is our best performance. So.
Now, you part of the training is that there's a special music school in Virginia Beach. Tell us about
correct.
That.
Yeah, we have a 6-month course out there in Virginia Beach, the School of Music. Actually, probably one of the longest schoolhouses throughout the Marine Corps, where these Marines get a lot of hands-on training and practical application. Great times over there in Virginia Beach.
Now, we have to say sort of boo-hoo because this is your last Rex Ball.
Yes, yes. Well, at least for the time being. Who knows if they ever station me back out here here again, which would be an honor to come back and do the thing. But at least I get to be part of the 150th.
But you're going to Camp Pendleton, is that
That's
right?
correct. Camp Pendleton, California, California bound. So.
Congratulations, and thank you so much for all the years that you've served.
Oh,
and that
thank
we've
you.
been able to be together. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care. And you know, for such an historic event, it is only fitting that we include a few historical questions to test your knowledge of Carnival history. We will have 3 questions during tonight's broadcast with some wonderful prizes for the viewers who submit all 3 correct answers. Here's the first question. And now, our first Carnival quiz question. Which Rex signature float is shaped like a boat? Our prizes: a one-night stay for 2 at the Inn at Comas House, which includes a guided tour of the estate and gardens, and breakfast for 2, a $350 value. The inn is located on the grounds of Comas House Estate and Gardens in Burnside, Louisiana, along the River Road. Courtesy of Comas House. A Rex 150th anniversary commemorative keepsake box made exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A hand-painted glass Boeuf Gras ornament designed exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A limited edition flambeau lapel pin designed exclusively for the Historic New Orleans Collection and donated by the Historic New Orleans Collection. A copy of the book, Rex, 150 Years of the School of Design, by Dr. Stephen Hales, published by Arthur Hardy Enterprises and available at rexorganization.com, donated by the School of Design. A copy of the 2022 Rex Proclamation by artist Matthew Hales, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of the 2022 Rex Parade Bulletin, with illustrations by Caroline Thomas, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of Mardi Gras, Chronicles of the New Orleans Carnival by Errol Laborde, and published by Pelican. A copy of New Orleans Mardi Gras Moments by photographer Judy Bottoni and me, Peggy Scott Laborde, and published by Pelican. And a DVD of this broadcast. We'll tell you where to send your answers later in our program. Well, I am so proud to once again introduce another guest, and this is Matthew Hales. Now, any relation to Stephen?
Why, in fact, yes. I'm Stephen's son.
And I get the feeling that over the last few years, he has asked you to do various wonderful things between invitations and some of the beautiful paper items. But this year, you went all out. I mean, we've got a list of show and tell here. First of all, congratulations, because you are the proclamation artist. Tell us a little bit about that.
So the proclamation, you've seen it throughout the years, and we've had some really beautiful ones, and typically sourced from local artists. This year I was approached to kind of envision what that proclamation might have looked like if we'd done it at the time of our founding. So I was really using that chromolithographic style that was so common to the golden age of Carnival design and bringing it to bear on a modern 150th anniversary proclamation.
And then the edict. Explain what the edict is.
So the edict, this is actually one of the oldest pieces that we have, which is where that would go out along the railroads all over the country to try to entice people to come to New Orleans and experience Mardi Gras.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And then the bulletin. We've got the bulletin coming up too.
Yes, the bulletin. Now this is another classic example of Carnival design. You know, you see these collected all over the city. So this, we have a lot more floats than we used to, but the corner art is kind of the go-to place for creative on these. But you'll see a lot of these older ones on the walls, and so we really tried to bring that tradition back.
And we do have to give credit to Caroline Thomas for the wonderful designs of the actual floats themselves.
Yes,
and how about the ball invitation?
The ball invitation. So this is, I've done many of these at this point. This year's ball invitation, again, when you think of the golden age of Carnival design, I tried to step back just a little in time to really, at our founding, it was a little before the golden age. So this actually has a little more of the gaslight type design that you saw at that time.
I love that. It's die cut. That's not easy.
It's not, and actually that's one of the more complicated things. I start the process, usually mocking these things up in 3D. It's just flat origami kind of.
Exactly, and then the program itself tonight, the guests who are attending get a ball program.
Yes, absolutely, and so this is something that the design is largely fixed for the last while, and I really think this is a good example of that classic era design, but we do change details throughout here to be specific to the year's theme. So you'll see the ducal there.
Now, I think we're going to be able to show just a little bit of footage of you actually doing the designing. And this is very, for something that looks so old, it's very high-tech the way you do this.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, a lot of the things that we associate with that look and feel are actually incidental to the processes they were using back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Matthew.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Okay. And now it's time to thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans, and now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Chaff McCall, proud to celebrate Carnival and honor the monarchs of Mardi Gras and the tradition of service before self. In honor of John Charbonnet and the late Dottie Charbonnet, their children Jack, Story, and Anne congratulate Rex on its 150th anniversary. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex on his 150th anniversary and is proud to support this special program. Brooke Duncan III, Foster Duncan, Kelly Duncan, and Kitty Sherrill are proud to honor their father, Brooke H. Duncan, who reigned as Rex on its 100th anniversary. The Delray, Camarda, and Hills families salute Rex, the King of Carnival, on his 150th anniversary and are honored to support this program and the other quality programming on WYES. Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com.
French Market Coffee, a proud part of New Orleans traditions since 1890.
Additional support by Bellwether Technology. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Poydras Home, independent living, assisted living, and nursing care in the heart of Uptown since 1817.
Our topic today is about savings. What is savings?
Hancock Whitney isn't just a bank for our clients. We're investing in our hometowns, making life better for everyone. So keep dreaming. We've got your back.
All right, well, welcome back, and we are less than 10 minutes away from the beginning of our ball, including a performance of the Marine Corps Reserve Band. And also a reminder that this evening's music is being performed by 17 members of the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra. You'll hear them throughout the evening. The conductor is Chelsea Gallo, so hopefully we'll show you Chelsea in just a little while, but we're so enjoying their music. We have so much show and tell, Will. Let's get started.
All right, let's do it.
Doubloons, kiddo.
So we've got some different doubloons this year. The normal Rex doubloon is a gold doubloon. This year, our typical doubloon is silver, and that's because back in 1960, when we first created doubloons in the Rex organization, first doubloons ever, they were unanodized silver like this. So we went back and did a little throwback to the silver doubloons. Then this year we did purple, green, and gold doubloons, and they were divided among the lieutenants based upon the color of the lieutenants. So gold lieutenants got gold doubloons, purple lieutenants got purple doubloons, green lieutenants got green doubloons. And the crowd loved this. They all wanted, just like we have theme beats, they all wanted to catch the doubloon of the color from the lieutenant that they were going up to see.
Please take your seats.
And then, of course, we had our Rex theme throws, theme beads.
Yes, we've got beads, and more beads.
So this is our sesquicentennial seal. So that was its own bead. The Jester float had its own beads. Every float in Rex has its own special bead, and people love to collect one from each float. In fact, they will run after the floats for blocks, if not miles, in order to make sure that they get a full set. And to get a full set is quite an impressive task, and people who get them like to save them.
Oh, there's the cup. Look at the cup.
We're going a little bit green. Yes, it's a purple cup, but it's green because it means that we're not clogging our gutters with plastic throws. These are something that's nice enough for people to take home and keep and use for cocktails back at their house, and you will never find one of these left on the street or going in the trash.
And we have a cloth sack. Speaking of being green, isn't that fun too?
Again, we're getting away from plastic and throwing anything plastic in the parade or discarding anything plastic into the streets. So these are little burlap sacks which hold the beads, which you could then take home.
And we're about to begin, but if you wanted to briefly mention the walking figures.
We did something really, really neat this year. Back in the 1950s, we had walking figures that were imported from Viareggio, Italy, with a special type of paper mache that they use over there. And we hired third-generation float builder Jonathan Berticelli to construct these for us. 3 giant figures, each about 12 to 15 feet high. We recruited some very sturdy college young men to wear them, and they entertained the crowds. And this is something we haven't done since the 50s. And Peg, we actually saw it on one of the shows that you did last year, and how great they looked. And in a conversation on the 150th committee,
you saw some old footage on one of our shows,
that
right?
you all aired, and we said we need to do that for the 150th.
Well, will these be permanent or just for the anniversary?
They'll be permanent. We may add more in the future.
Sure.
This is such good news, and of course, we're about to begin. This is it. I think there's just so much excitement after 2 years. Oh my goodness, right? And we're going to be hearing the golden tones of Mark Romick, who you just spoke to, and he's trying to get everybody off the floor because we have business to do, and we're about to welcome once again a wonderful Marine band.
Peg, this might be the biggest ball we've ever had. That was probably the biggest parade we've ever had. We had to add another float. We had to rent a float from Kern, a double float, because we had too many people that wanted to ride in the parade. And now everybody wants to come to the ball. We've got 2 years without Mardi Gras. We've got a King of Carnival who is loved by the whole community. Nobody wants to miss out on this one, and it's happening at the right time with the pandemic, and people are able to go back out. And really, on the parade route today, it felt normal, Peg. It felt like a normal Mardi Gras, and that's so nice after 2 years.
That story about having to rent a float, that is amazing. And it was a Jester float, wasn't it?
It was at the very back of the parade.
I believe it was from Orpheus.
A tandem float? I think it was from Orpheus.
It's always nice to have good neighbors, to say, okay, we can do this. But Errol, your thoughts?
Well, I agree with him. I think people were just waiting for Carnival. And you look back at all the apprehension we had and all the concern, and as of this hour, it looks like it was a good, safe Carnival. And so I think
Ladies and
Carnival proved itself.
Please take your seats.
There have been several times in history when something bad happened in New Orleans, and Carnival came along and proved to the city that it still survived. The most, after Katrina, for example, I think Carnival was very important in showing people and showing the world's media that New Orleans is coming back. And we've done it again.
Absolutely. And you see right by the throne a brand new royal canopy made by Mardi Gras Productions. It's gorgeous. It's 21 feet high. It's 20 feet wide, and brand new. The last one wasn't in too good of a shape. So Blaine Curran Jr. told me they redid it. And on each side, flanking each side, are those chandeliers that I mentioned earlier. And they actually were used for over 50 years during Rex balls at the Municipal Auditorium. So incredible. And we should also credit the beautiful canvas covering, and that's Foster Awning, the Helmke family. Look,
there's
here we go.
Yes,
there's chandeliers, and of course, and the royal canopy, if you will. right behind the Rex throne.
Beautiful.
And the flowers are so beautiful tonight, too. Also from Mardi Gras Productions, all live.
We mentioned about what's coming up tonight. People want to anticipate the. This is always billed as the meeting of the courts, which is historically a highlight of the event. But after that, there's a lot more that goes on, especially when we go over to the Comas side and see who goes there. And to me, the real finale Carnival is the lowering of the curtains.
The closing of the curtain.
Yeah, the closing of the curtains. That's going to happen. It's a great moment with the Comas captain and the Rex captain, and finally the final moments in the hands of the Comas captain. So you get to see two Carnival Ball and two important ceremonial moments: the meeting of the courts and the closing of the curtains.
Right. You know, I talked to Yvonne LaFleur the other day, and I was asking her, you know, how were things? She says very brisk in the ball gown department, especially, and she said the colors are vibrant, and I can already see behind me. She is so right. These gowns are just gorgeous, and we'll have some more sort of up-closer looks of them, but in our Grand March, when everybody gets to pay homage to our royalty. But yeah, some beautiful, beautiful dresses. We're just about to begin. I'm so excited.
It is exciting. It's so exciting that all
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
So exciting that all the parade vendors, all the carnival vendors have their business back. The gown makers, the float builders, the bead importers, everybody has their business back, and it couldn't come at a better time.
What a contribution to the economy. I think a lot of people don't realize that.
And there are countless ways in which the economy is impacted. Dry cleaners, limousine services, ballrooms, hotels. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, the positive impacts that Carnival has on our economy. And thankfully, we've got it back, and it's a big one.
Yes.
This is a big one. Everybody came for it.
And let's mention that crown, which you'll see, of course, in the center of the floor, that royal crown, that is one of Rex's logo. Rex is an iconic look at that. And as I said earlier, kudos to Foster Awning. It is quite the process. I've seen them lay this down. And of course, this kind of canvas is used at a lot of balls, especially the older balls. The other thing is, though, Foster Awning's very green because they actually cut up these pieces of this canvas, like, you know, a few weeks later, and give them out to public schools for their art departments. They get to reuse it. So I think that's just a wonderful idea.
Incredible. We love that. We love Rex in the classroom. We love anything that we can do that contributes to public education in the city. And what Foster Awning does with the canvas is just terrific and a great tradition.
And the founder, Mr. Foster, was the guy that Bananas Foster is named after. Yeah, over at Brennan's, who was Brennan's.
Right.
So yet another contribution to the culture.
And once again, the owners, Chris Helmke and his son and his staff, it is quite the process, and it's very very arduous. It takes a lot of energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Mark is trying. Once again, I think it's that enthusiasm tonight.
Like I said,
if the Marine Band marches in, people take their seats in a hurry.
They will.
I just tell them, go ahead.
So you're telling us, though, there are more people here tonight than ever?
I think so. It feels like it.
All right.
And more pages, that's for sure.
That's
we'll
true.
Talk about that
we'll
later.
talk about that, right. Dun-dun-dun. Once again, we are coming to you live from the Sheraton Hotel on historic Canal Street, and glad that we're able to do so. It's our 25th anniversary broadcast. WYES has been very active, of course, in local programming, but every year in particular, we're thrilled that we can present this broadcast.
We should acknowledge that last year we had a first. Because of COVID, there wasn't a ball, but we gave in the popular demand, and we showed the 2020 ball.
That's right, but we also got to do our little prelude to the ball last year, too.
And so that was the ball that was done twice. So.
It was. and we appreciate the Rex organization and Comas for allowing us to do that. And people love watching the ball, even if it was all over again.
Well, we may have created a monster by doing that, because Story Charbonnet, who was Rex in 2020, claims to have been the longest serving Rex for having served 2 full years, because his ball got to be broadcast again. So that's actually not true. He was not a 2-year king, but
right.
He certainly believes it and likes to say it.
Look, I love, look at the water, the fountain. I mean, it's
Ladies and gentlemen, for its 150th anniversary reception ball, the Rex organization is proud to salute the men and women in the United States military services, particularly those serving in combat zones. We are honored by the presence of the Marine Corps Band New Orleans, under the direction of Chief Warrant Officer II, Eric Kine, and Bandmaster Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Santiago, and led on the march by Drum Major Sergeant Patrick Botts.
Particularly appropriate with Chief Warrant Officer Kine's last time right there as the conductor.
That was a beautiful version of that song.
Did you know what it means? He's going to be leaving.
get the crowd excited.
There are smaller brass ensembles within the band, and they can really have some fun.
In case anybody didn't recognize that, it was called Do What You Wanna. And that's what they did. They did what they wanted.
Ladies and gentlemen, soloists were Corporals Taylor Hart and Gina Menser.
I always have a special appreciation for the piccolo players in that.
All present, please rise for the presentation of colors and the playing of the national anthem.
This is such a nice part of the presentation when the anthem for the particular armed service is played, that the members of that particular armed service stand up and are recognized. remember that they played the Star Spangled Banner. We're going to be talking about it a little bit later.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. You may stand when the service hymn of either your service or a member of your family is being played. United States Army. United States Navy. United States Coast Guard. United States Air Force. The United States Marines.
Did you notice the big Marine presence? So our King of Carnival this year is a Marine, and lots of family in attendance, lots of Marines in attendance.
The Rex organization asks that you join together in a warm round of applause for the members of the Marine Corps Band.
And you just saw Sergeant Patrick Box. Each year, the musicians of the band travel throughout the United States, entertaining upwards of 6 million people. They perform over 300 concerts, parades, and ceremonies. As we said, they're all fulfilling all Marine Corps physical and combat requirements. The band was recently awarded the Colonel Howard Citation of Musical Excellence for Military Concert Bands by the John Philip Sousa Foundation. The Rex Ball has begun.
The entertainment portion was outstanding. The Marine band always entertains. They always do a great job. Now here's the presentation of the court.
The lieutenants in their purple, green, and gold. And our trumpetist to the left is Barney Floyd, who has won 3 Grammy Awards and been nominated for 5, and Dr. Todd Engelhardt, who is a thoracic surgeon at East Jefferson Hospital. Very talented gentleman. And we'll see them a little bit later in the evening as well. You know that song, right, Air? If Ever I Cease to Love, the anthem of Carnival. As we like to say, Rex and his queen have entered the building. Mr. James J. Reese III, of course, and Miss Eleanor Wright White. Eleanor Pito White, Queen of Carnival 2022.
And those refurbished jewels are really sparkling tonight.
Yes, yes, they certainly are. And of course, our King of Carnival is a highly decorated former captain of the United States Marines and combat veteran with a track record of leadership in the military, philanthropic, civic, and business realms. He is so involved with philanthropic organizations. It's sort of amazing. We've mentioned earlier some of the involvement he's had, but he's also on the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation Board. He was on the Lighthouse of the Blind, Lighthouse Louisiana, formerly Lighthouse of the Blind Board's Audubon Charter. The list is long, and a founding board member of the New Orleans Military and Maritime Academy. And our queen is, of course, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White. And she graduated from Metairie Park Country Day in 2018. And right now she's attending University of Texas, where she's in the Moody College of Communications, majoring in public relations, and the Macomb School of Business, minoring in business.
Peg, let's talk about these two for a minute because they are extraordinary individuals. First of all, the king is a former attack helicopter pilot, but he is 100% full of stamina and charisma. And to be out there on a day like today, he ruled this city. He got everybody excited. He has this crowd excited tonight. He is just the friendliest, most outgoing, most generous person that you've ever met, the most faithful person that you've ever met. And this queen, I can't say enough. She volunteers with the School for the Deaf. Her father is completely deaf, though is one of the most sociable people you have ever met, is an amazing lip reader. And at the Meet the King party on Saturday, she came as her father was prepared to give a speech about her. And she actually read the speech that he had written, and it was beautiful, beautifully written speech, beautifully read speech, and had the entire place without a dry eye in the house. Terrific king, terrific queen. We are so blessed and lucky this year.
We certainly are. And I love her dress. It's a beautiful trumpet silhouette of gold silk lame, Suzanne Perron St. Paul design. Wow. This is a very beloved king, isn't it? And queen.
Both of them.
And we'll be talking about those 4 pages a little bit later, too.
I don't think I remember it at most Rex balls, all the shouts and the cheers like this tonight. I don't know if that means that the crowd is just ready for the ball to return, or if it's that they just are particularly interested in this couple.
And note the tradition, of course, of gold for Rex in the raiment, and silver later on for Comas, as we'll see too. And we're about to welcome, and they are about to welcome our this year's maids. Looking forward to that, and also we'll meet some Debs a little later as well. And the pages are so helpful.
And you're not seeing double. There are 4 pages out there, and that's interesting this year because the pages who were selected to be last year were allowed to participate this year, even though they're 1 year older. And so we have a set of King's pages and a set of Queen's pages, which we'll talk about.
What a great solution to the problem.
Perfect solution.
See Nolan right there in red. Of course, the society columnist for the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate. And here come our maids. And first up is Adele Vance Renoir, the daughter of Mrs. Vance Greenslid Renoir, the late Mr. Vance Greenslid Renoir. And she is a senior at Tulane University, majoring in art history and psychology. And following graduation, she plans to intern with a national insurance company. And her Duke is Hudson Patrick Sumrall, the son of Mr. and Mrs. David Sumrall III. And he is a senior at the University of Mississippi, majoring in finance and management. And he plans to pursue a career in finance and real estate.
Miss Renoir lost her father this past year, and as sad as that is, she knows that he's smiling today. He was a very active member of this organization, and I think a first cousin of our King of Carnival. And Mr. Summerall, interestingly enough, was born on exactly the same day in the same hospital as one of the other.
Oh my goodness!
One of the other Dukes tonight.
And next up, we have Miss Catherine Grace Walsh, Katie Grace. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Michael Quirk Walsh Jr. And she is majoring in political science. She's a senior at Loyola. Her father was a page in the 1983 court. And her great-grandfather was a Duke in the 1935 court. Lots of Rex royalty. And her Duke is Falvey Jerome Cox, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Falvey Jerome Cox. And he is a senior at Nicholls State University, majoring in business administration. And they are followed. We see Dr. Stephen Hales and Perry Eastman IV, who are Rex dignitaries. Of course, Stephen was King of Carnival.
And Falvey is the first cousin of the Queen of Comas tonight.
Ah,
and
connections.
And Ms. Walsh was the Queen of Oberon the other night, which was a very highly attended ball. Her father is a captain, and it was a blast.
And next up, if we have Miss Lane Bernas Lovick, and she's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Grayson Lovick Jr., and she is a senior at Louisiana State University, majoring in studio art with a sociology minor. And she also attended Auburn University and quite involved with volunteering at the SBCA. And she plans to spend several months in Jackson Hole prior to pursuing a master's degree in architecture, because she'll be working on architecture there. And her Duke is Mr. Christopher Michael Lane, the son of Mr. and Mrs. David Merrick Lane. And he graduated from University of Mississippi, where he earned a Bachelor of Business Administration and Business Marketing degree. And his great-grandfather, of course, Joseph Merrick Jones, reigned as Rex in 1958.
And they're being accompanied by Johnny Kerner and Poco Sloss, former Rexes.
And next we have Miss Pixie Marie Anderson, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William Marvin Anderson III. And she is a senior at the University of Mississippi, majoring in journalism. And Miss Anderson's mother was a maid in the 1989 Rex Court. And her Duke is William Halpin Nolte II, and he's the son of Mr. and Mrs. Donald James Nolte Jr. And he is a senior at the University of Kentucky, majoring in business management, business marketing, and communications, and he plans to pursue entrepreneurial interest in running a business.
And they're being accompanied by, I believe that's Jack Laborde and Richard Montgomery IV.
And note the beautiful tiara and the sash, which, of course, once again, Adler's. And we have Miss Vivienne Claire Lapierre, and she's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Buckley Lapierre. She is a senior at Tulane University, double majoring in architecture and digital arts, and she will attend graduate school at the Savannah College of Art and Design, SCAD. Wow. And her Duke is Mr. Douglas Wharton LeClaire, and he is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Theodore LeClaire. He graduated from the University of Texas at Austin, where he majored in finance and economics.
Lapierre and LeClaire.
That's right.
Miss Lapierre's parents actually met. They were in the same court in 1986, so if it was not for Rex, she would not be here tonight. And Mr. LeClaire comes from a terrific family, the Johnson family here in New Orleans. And he actually worked with the two, with this King of Carnival as well as the last King of Carnival when he was an intern, a summer intern at Johnson Rice.
And we have nearing us, Miss Nanine Brent Cowan, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Robert William Cowan. She is a senior at LSU, majoring in information systems and decision sciences with a minor in data analytics. And she plans to begin to working after graduation for Deloitte as a risk and financial analyst. And her Duke is Mr. Carl Ernst Hofer, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Carl Ernst Hofer. And he graduated from LSU, where he majored in economics. And he is currently an associate producer at A.J. Gallagher Insurance.
Ron French and Robert Bowe escorting them. Miss Cowan's great-great-great-grandmother was Queen of Carnival, and get this, 1877. You don't get to go back much farther than that.
And we should say Dr. Ron French, a.k.a. Dad.
Dad, a.k.a. Dad. Yes.
A.k.a. Dad.
Well done, Dad.
Okay.
Looking good.
And next we have Miss Melise Dornier Favreau, and she is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Ferret Favreau. She is a senior at the University of Mississippi, majoring in marketing and communication strategy. And of course, quite the Rex lineage too. And her great-great-grandfather, Clifford Favreau, reigned as Rex in 1957, and she's accompanied by Mr. Moylan Field Gamilla Field. He's the son of Mr. and Mrs. Moylan Field Gamilla, and he is a fifth-year student at the University of Virginia, majoring in history. And he plans to pursue a career in public policy, politics, and business.
Lou Frierson and King Milling escorting them. Field Gamilla, after Katrina, they were living in South Carolina. They returned home for Mardi Gras, and he went to Rex's house before the ball. And Rex was Paul McElhenney that day and said to him, "Everything is going to be okay, son." He went back to his dad and said, "Dad, New Orleans is going to be okay. Rex talked to me and said it would be so."
Oh. All right. And our next maid is Lady Wilder Reynolds, and she's the daughter of Mr. Todd Dietrich Reynolds and Mrs. John Rempert Carradine. She's a senior at the University of Alabama, majoring in public relations. And her mother was a maid at the 1987 Rex Court, and she is accompanied by Thomas Martin Stahl, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Ellender Stahl. And he graduated from the College of Charleston, where he majored in business administration.
She's the first cousin of one of the other maids tonight, Adele Renoir. And funny thing about her, she has celebrated her birthday at Galatoire's for the last 22 years. Mr. Stahl was a page in the Rex Ball a number of years ago, and when he was supposed to emerge from the limousine, he did not show up, and his mother panicked. It turns out his stockings had been ripped, and they had to rush him off to some other place. But surely that's enough to send panic through the organization and through the family.
Yes. And this is our court. of 2022, who originally would have been the court of 2021.
That's a good point. Now they're not
Congratulations all.
juniors in college, they're seniors in college for the most part, and it will remain that way.
So a new tradition has formed out of bad things. Good things come. And next,
His Majesty Rex sends greetings to Mr. Peter Michael Landay, great-grandson of our first Rex, Rex 1872, Mr. Louis Salomon. The Rex organization asks that Mr. Landay please receive its royal decoration.
and he has had a long career in finance, I understand.
We'll be speaking with him later in a live interview.
Yes.
Outstanding individual.
And he and his wife live in Los Angeles, and they have 2 children. And he is actually was also very much part of the military. He was a captain on the 4th Infantry Division. He's a retired broker, financial planner, and estate planner.
Pages will bring the Ducal to honor Mr. Landy.
He was here a few years ago, and he was a good source of new information about Louis Solomon. I mean, there's not too many places to look for to get information. We were able to find some interesting things. That
He was with us at the 1999 ball. Huh? Yeah. All right.
Rex wishes to royally welcome a select group of debutantes who will now be presented to their majesties.
And we have
Miss
Miss
Annabelle Brownman Bailey, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Glenn Bailey and granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Eric F. Johnson.
Miss Bailey is a senior at Southern Methodist University, where she majors in communications and public affairs, and she is being
Followed by
her dad,
2021 Duke
Glenn Bailey.
William Connor Nelson.
It's nice that they're allowing the 2021 Dukes, those who missed out on their year in the court, to participate in this way, to escort and follow the 2022 debutantes.
And Mr. Bailey is actually a very talented composer. And has written his own musicals.
Miss Lucy Claire Galloway, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William Rudolph Galloway.
Miss Galloway is a senior at the University of Texas, where she is majoring in advertising and minoring in business.
She is
followed by 2021 Duke Tris Willits Brower.
She is such a wonderful young lady. Her mother is a big part of the Rex organization and really manages a lot of the business affairs of the organization. And I met her the other day at one of our events, and she was manning the king cake stand to hand out the king cake, and just delightful and willing to help and great. What a wonderful spirit. An infectious personality, just such a terrific young lady.
And they are being given
Miss Martha Grace Benedict LaPere,
Miss LaPere is a senior at the
daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Buckley LaPere.
And she is a senior at the Savannah College of Art and Design, SCAD, where she is majoring in fashion design and has earned an achievement scholarship and an honor scholarship.
Followed by 2021 Duke Richard Scott Jenkins Jr.
So she actually flew back to SCAD on Sunday because she wasn't allowed to miss class, and flew back to New Orleans last night. Apparently SCAD says you may not miss one day of class. So she is a devoted student.
Wow.
Miss Emma Louise Lunn, daughter of Doctors William and Mary Lynn Lunn.
And she is a senior at the University of Virginia, majoring in biomedical engineering. And she has made the dean's list, and she plans to attend medical school in the 2022-23 school year.
Her sister, Elizabeth Lynn Lunn, was presented as a debutante at the 2019 Rex Ball.
And we get to see sort of up close that beautiful necklace that comes, is given to each of our Debs, once again from Adler's.
It's a beautiful pendant with a crown with pearls, and they each get one, and they're each honored in this way.
I never cease to be amazed by the beauty of the white dress and the white gown and all of its permutations. Just so creative, dressmakers. And we also get to see that many of the Rex members are wearing their ducals tonight, their medals. There we go. So creative, very pretty. What a great keepsake.
Really is.
And our debutantes, 2022 debutantes for the Rex Ball. One more dignitary that we'll get to meet, and someone who's sharing some wonderful memories, and we'll be able to talk to her a little bit later as well.
Beautiful starfish motif on her dress. She's an avid diver.
It is the pleasure of the Rex organization to present to this year's King and Queen, the Queen of the Carnival of 1972, Elizabeth Nolan Walsh.
And known as Betty, and she is one of 7 children of Mr. and Mrs. Ulysses Nolan, and her sister is Nell Nolan, and she has lots of sisters and brothers, and they lived in a house on Coliseum very near the parade route, and they would actually sit down for dinner, and when they would hear the parades coming, that's when their parents would let them go to the parades. They were so eager to go. But the house itself is made famous by being the house used in the Benjamin Button house, actually. And her great-grandfather was an early Rex member, Ulysses Marinoni. Congratulations, Betty.
Being escorted by the ball chairman.
Hope everybody's noticing that the symphony music in the background, like what you're hearing right now, this kind of soft, all strings. It's a sound we hadn't heard in a long time. Very nice.
And now the lieutenants will come out to frame the path for the Grand March and the presentation of the members.
Well, of course, this is one of our favorite parts of the ball because
you
you
get
get
to
to
see
see who's
everybody.
here, huh?
And it is the favorite part of those who attend the ball also, because they get to go and bow and pay their respects to the King and the Queen.
And we should point out this is a grand, in terms of a ball, there's not
This
a lot
Grand
of
March
dancing.
and the
There's
first
more
dance
visiting
that
than
follows
dancing here.
are reserved exclusively for members of the Rex organization.
All right, Will. You have a job here.
Well, this is fun. And of course, we've got bright lights and a small monitor, so we can't see everybody. And oftentimes we'll get plumes in the way of the camera. But let's see who we have here. I think I see the Graces.
Yes.
We're probably going to see the Westfelds, the Browns. Kia and Christy Brown.
Christy Brown and Kia with yellow.
The wife of the Queen of Carnival, Erica Reese. The Graces, the Westfelds. Mr. and Mrs. White, parents of the Queen of Carnival.
And that is tradition that they would be on the first row.
That's right.
Yeah.
Behind them, the ball chairman and his wife. Coco and Liz Slaws.
Tom Westfeld, Mrs. Westfeld.
Dugan and Linda.
Bill Grace. Yeah, Bill and Ann.
Hardy Fowler, also former Rex. The Fowlers.
Sandy Villery.
Kelly and Carmen Duncan coming up just behind with the Langensteins. Cece and Bill Langenstein. And of course the Haleses, Nancy and Stephen.
And I see Tina.
Philip Willem
and, Philip Willem,
and Tina.
Tina Freeman.
Yeah.
And
Ruthie and Lou
Willem.
Frierson. And Ann and King Milling.
Thank you.
Beautiful ladies all.
J.P. Hemel and his wife Erin coming up next. The Crosbys.
And King Milling.
Howell and Katie. And the Bows. JP put a lot of work into our Rex documentary this year, a 5-part documentary, which just turned out splendidly with terrific support from him and his family.
And congratulations on that too, because I know you worked very hard as well.
Thank you. The Parkers, Connie and Jeff. That's the Labords, Jack
Peggy
and Peggy.
Laborde, Jack and Peggy Laborde.
Your namesake. The Hineses, Bill and Mary. Ron and Flora French. Mom threw her back out the other day. I cannot believe I just saw her curtsy. I can't believe she made it to the ball. Well done, Mom.
Oh,
nice curtsy.
I'm glad she feels better.
Some more Frenches. That's Hardy and Laura on the right. Holly Thomas and Bob Thomas.
Holly in her red. She loves red. She looks great in it.
Caroline and Bo Riley.
Terry White, the uncle
Frog.
of the Queen, and Frog, his wife.
That's Lynn White in the red, looking great tonight. Richard Montgomery and Courtney, his wife. Richard is our Duke of Transportation. He gets everybody everywhere they need to be, on time.
On time.
Will, you're right. That's a big crowd there.
This is the family of the King of Carnival, son and daughters, along with his wife.
Errol, you were saying?
That is Comment. That's a big crowd. I mean,
It really
what
is.
we're saying.
Kerners.
Large attendance.
Ann and Johnny
Yeah.
Kerner, Ann Lynn Charbonnet,
Ben Dupuy.
Ben Dupuy and Sweet. Father of these are Page families
Shelby
here.
Mills.
That's
Shelby
Laborde,
Westfeld Mills.
Gary
Mills.
and Becky Laborde. Betsy Laborde, sorry.
Okay. Ransdell. I think I see Ransdell.
George
there.
Brower. Carl Hofer. Beck and Vivian Hain. That's Falvey Fox, who's got a Duke.
Is that Lally Brennan? Lally Brennan? Yes.
Ladies in red.
Look at Lally.
Edgar Bright. Sybil Favreau, again with the Millings. And John Charbonnet on the far right.
Oh, that's wonderful. John
right.
Charbonnet off to the right there.
Evans and Wynn Evans and Wynn White in the middle. We have some of our Debs coming up. That's the Galloways.
Glenn Bailey, Mr. and Mrs. Glenn Bailey.
Is that Arthur Hardy over there on the right?
Yes, it is.
Boy,
Arthur
what
on
a
the
busy
right.
man
And
he is
with
these
his
days.
wife Sue, in blue. Yes.
Will Jacobs.
Yes, as
He's
well.
a very hard-working lieutenant.
And Errol, you'll be talking to Will a little bit later.
The Cuvions. Mason and Jennifer Cuvion. There's Cara Vandekar, mother of a page, Daryl Bird. It's a big group there.
Elise Kaiser, her hubby.
Oh, there's Elise.
Yeah.
Good eyes.
She's so hardworking for the Rex
my
organization,
gosh. I don't know
that's
what
for
we
sure.
would do without her. Danny and Mary Claire Conwell.
Mrs. Danny Conwell off to the right. I think I see Mr. James Reese, the father of the king, off to the right here,
That's
too.
right, James Reese
Yeah,
Jr.
James Reese and his wife, Pixie.
There's Susan Johnson.
And, of course, Nell Nolan and Robert Young off to the left there.
Doug Johnson couldn't be here tonight, but he is a revered member of this organization and has lots of family here tonight and in the court with Douglas LeClaire. I know that he's watching from home and wishes he could be here. That's Foster Duncan and Sean. Foster and Kelly Duncan
Tony
are twins.
Gelderman, Tony and his wife.
There's City Council person Helena Moreno. Scott and Jessica Duggins. That's Jonathan and Judy Robert. That's Paxton White. So these are LeClaire's on the left. There's the lovely Tricia Sarby, my fiance, in the blue, looking beautiful. And then we have Helen Nolte. We have the Nolte sisters. They were Queen of Carnival and Queen of Comas in 1991.
Oh, wonderful.
Barely looking a day older.
There you go.
There's Katie Riley and Dennis Rubion, the Rubions.
Oh, look at
also
Katie,
the parents
Errol,
of a
that
page.
beautiful blue dress.
Liam Grace and Sheridan
Yeah,
Grace.
past Queen of Carnival.
Cindy Anderson, mother of one of our maids. Okay, the groups are getting larger now.
I think this is going to be an all-time high in terms of how many how many people are getting to visit. Wow.
There's Michael White, the father of the Queen of Carnival. And Virginia, her mother, and Lynn, grandmother. The Cobbs, Gordo and Holt Cobb. The Preers, Rantil and William Preer. There's the LeBourgeois, Helen and Charles LeBourgeois. The Favreaus, Clifford Favreau. The Patagna clan with Eleanor Bright, Patagna.
And once again, we're coming to you live from the Sheraton Hotel on historic Canal Street, the Rex Ball. And this is known as the Grand March, or the presentation of the members.
And a little bit later, we'll be going to the Comas Ball.
Yes, we still have plenty to do tonight, and we're so glad.
What's nice about the Grand March is that all the kids that are at home get to see their parents who are here, the bienvenus, and all the parents who are at home get to see their children here, depending on what your age group is.
Yes.
For one reason you're not, or another, you're not here.
And what we love to do is the fact that after we broadcast our ball, we turn it around and we repeat it. So if you're at the ball, you can go home and see the ball again.
Peter and Renee Laborde. Michael LeBourgeois, who runs the parade, all the floats.
That's a job.
Tom Benjamin, the hardest working man in Mardi Gras.
I think I'm seeing some people come up for the second time here too, and that's all right.
That's Dennis
and
Lausa.
Yes,
and Gail Benson.
Yes.
Gail Benson
and Greg
the
Benzel.
friends.
Greg
Bensel.
Yes.
Nina and Ken
And
Friend.
we'll be talking to Mrs. Benson a little bit later. Beautiful dress.
She comes every year, and she's just such a delight.
Beautiful dress.
Good to see you, Mrs. B. And a great friend of this organization. The two groups, her group and Rex, really collaborate to support a lot of the important charities and educational opportunities in the city.
Absolutely. Her philanthropy is so amazing.
Mrs. Walsh, grandmother of one of the maids. Shelby and John Mills. Shelby's in charge of all the pages and how she
and the Wheatleys. You just saw the Wheatleys too. Yes, she is amazing.
Trains all the pages. She's the page whisperer in my book. Incredible. And John Mills helps out with them a little bit also. Just kidding, John. Pages are all still awake. That's nice to see.
I see Dana Hansel and her husband. There they are. Dana and Steve.
And then Steve Hansel.
Steve Hansel, of course, yeah.
So once this is over and everybody sits down, we have it on reliable authority that Rex will be receiving a message from the Comas side.
The keys, the currencies. I can already see the line of lieutenants and their wives forming at the back.
All right, so we know that will signal the end.
The end of the member presentation portion of the Grand March.
It's kind of hard to do, though, especially tonight, isn't it?
The cannons.
And, of course, Chris Cannon, so involved with the military liaison with the Rex organization.
Jen and Kent Morrison going solo. And now here's a group of Kearneys, Clay and Molly's Kearney, John Hazard, Emily Webster. That's a fun group there. And now here are the ball lieutenants and their respective wives. Now, those are not the same lieutenants as the ones who got off the horses today. Or there's some of the same lieutenants, but not the same costumes. Of course, the riding lieutenants' costumes are all covered in horsehair right now. These are
oh, really?
A whole new set of costumes.
His Majesty Rex 2022
Ellen Jenkins
invites everyone to participate in the dancing.
Wathme Gamilla, Nancy Walsh, and now you'll see a few more folks come up to bow and curtsy who may not be members of the organization.
And Jimmy Farwell.
My brother, Matt French, with his wife, Brandy, coming up next. Mom and Dad coming up again. Sean Collins. Oh, there's my son, Liam French, far left.
All right.
And his
There's your
girlfriend,
mom.
Samantha
There's
Kanister.
your mom and dad again.
Looking good, son. And again, Mom, I can't believe you even made it. But she wouldn't miss this, Peg.
Oh, no. And she's a former Queen of Carnival, as your dad is the former King of Carnival,
1959, and Dad was 2007, and they would not miss seeing their grandson, Ethan French, as a page.
Yes.
The Rubions. Well, there's Dennis. Katie Riley, who was a former Queen of Carnival.
Okay. All righty. And so now, though, we are going to thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans. And now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
The Gustav Westphal McElhenney Family Foundation supports the renewal of New Orleans and the ongoing process of transforming our city's schools. Rex organization volunteers and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation are helping assure that every child in New Orleans can attend an excellent school. Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com. The Delray, Camarda, and Hills families salute Rex, the King of Carnival, on his 150th anniversary and are honored to support this program and the other quality programming on WYES.
Hello, I'm Emmett Dupas, lead partner at Bienville Capital Group, where we specialize in finding solutions to help companies and their employees reach their financial goals.
In honor of John Charbonnet and the late Dottie Charbonnet, their children Jack, Story, and Anne congratulate Rex on its 150th anniversary.
Demo Diva clears the path to the future. Now we celebrate Carnival traditions and tip our crown to the past.
French Market Coffee, a proud part of New Orleans traditions since 1890.
Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex on his 150th anniversary and is proud to support this special program. Chaff McCall, proud to celebrate Carnival and honor the monarchs of Mardi Gras and the tradition of service before self. Fidelity Bank, as New Orleans as king cake, parades, beads, doubloons, and the families that get together to celebrate them all. Serving this community since 1908. Hail Rex, hail Comas, happy Mardi Gras. Home Care Solutions, compassionate in-home elder care to extend your loved one's independence.
And I am thrilled about our new guest because she is certainly in the center of many things right now. And we're talking about Mrs. James Reese, Erica, who is the wife of the King of Carnival. And what a past year I'm sure it's been. But tell us about your day today.
Oh, we had a wonderful day. I mean, the weather was perfect. And we woke up and just were so excited. Went to the Royal Run, which was so fun. The Queen was so beautiful. And then after that, we just went to the stands and had a wonderful time. And I mean, again, when the weather's perfect, I mean, Mardi Gras can't be any better.
How did your husband tell you that he would be reigning as Rex the monarch?
Well, he came home. And he said he went to a meeting, and I don't really know about his meetings because they're pretty confidential. But he came home one day and he just said, I need to discuss with you that, I might have an honor this Mardi Gras. And he told me how it happened, and we just really weren't expecting it. So he didn't do anything creative because he knew I'd be so shocked.
Well, he's a young king, too.
He is a young king.
He's a young king. And you all have 3 children. And,
3 children.
You like to do a lot of things together, including duck hunting.
Yes, we do.
And fishing.
So, yeah, my husband belongs to a camp in Slidell, and he brings the kids all the time. So we really have a great time.
Now, how did you tell your children?
We told them about 2 weeks ago. We really kept it a secret. We honored the tradition of secrecy, and so we didn't tell our children until about 2 weeks ago. And so one of them was at college and was FaceTiming, and the girls started crying, and it was really an emotional, fun moment, and we had a great time with it, though.
Well, what I love is, though, growing up in New Orleans and being from New Orleans, they know what that means.
They do, and they appreciate the secrecy, and they love the surprise, and they can't be more thrilled for their father, because...
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about you. Tell us about your dress.
Well, I bought this dress in Dallas. I'm from Dallas, so I bought this, dress shopping. It's a Bagley Mishka, and bought it a year ago, I guess, during COVID. I know, so...
Pretty hard. Now, how do you keep it a secret?
How do we keep it a secret? I mean, I don't know. My husband really honors the tradition of secrecy.
He does, yeah.
And thinks it's more fun. And so we just really tried to, make up excuses, and we're really creative in how we, verbalized everything to everybody about our activities. And why we couldn't participate in certain things, and so it really he just really loves that tradition of secrecy. So it was something that we really wanted to do.
Well, of course, Rex, over its history, has had a long connection with the military. And what a more perfect celebration tonight than a fact of your husband's involvement and dedication and devotion to the military and to the United States. I know that means a lot.
Yeah. We're very proud of that connection with the military. We had 2 children that were born while we were in the military, one while he was overseas. So, we really appreciate all the sacrifice all the members of the military give to our country, and it is a sacrifice, and we really we're happy to honor them, and we're happy of our service as well. So.
Well, one of the most amazing organizations, and it's a new organization, and I know he's very involved, is Bastion.
Yes.
Which helps, returning veterans, and because it can be a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our troops, they go overseas and you don't see the actual wounds that they have experienced. I mean, a lot of it is mental, and, PTSD is a real thing. And so Bastion really recognizes that and really helps our troops, pull through. And we're really proud of our support for that. And we hope that everybody will acknowledge that, they might not have wounds on the outside, but on the inside, these troops have sacrificed for us, and they sometimes hurt on the inside.
Well, one of the other organizations, and it's just amazing because, of course, there are more returning veterans with the Afghan war and in Iraq. The VFW, that wonderful VFW headquarters uptown that fits so perfectly into the neighborhood. And your husband was telling me that it used to be a grocery store, and they retained the look of that.
James got involved in that right after he got out of the military when we were really young, when we were in our 30s, and he really poured his heart and soul into that organization with another gentleman who's around our age. But everybody that was in the VFW was like World War II veterans at that time, and I'm really excited that that's like one of the biggest posts in the United States, because these 2 men that were really young really took it under their wing and built it up, and he's really proud of that. So,
well, kudos to him.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Heffron, huh? I think Marshall Heffron.
Yes, he was. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes.
Marshall Heffron was a huge part of that, and so, kudos to them, both of those men at a young age. Yeah, they really put their heart and soul into it, and now it's very admirable what they did.
Absolutely.
So it's very proud.
Well, it's such a delight to talk to you. Once
Thank
again,
you so
congratulations.
much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Happy Mardi Gras.
You too. Thank you. And now it's time to go over to Will with a guest whose relative was integral to the founding of Rex.
Thanks, Peg. I'm here with Peter Landay. You saw him honored earlier on the floor with the Ducal from the Rex organization. Peter's great-grandfather was Louis Solomon, who was the very first King of Carnival in 1872. So Peter has some great insight as to the Solomon family. And Peter, why don't we start with your mother's recollections of her grandfather, your great-grandfather, and what kind of a person he was?
Well, everybody, my grandfather, my mother, they all spoke very affectionately of Louis Solomon. He must have been a sweet guy. And, of course, he started something that really has developed into something I would never have seen before. But anyway, she said she'd sit on his lap, and he would tell her about his experiences in the Battle of Shiloh and in the Civil War. She was, I think, 13 when he passed away in 1925. So she had pretty good recollection of what he said, and she really enjoyed being with him.
You're wearing around your neck the honor that was given to you by the Rex organization, which is a replica of the Ducal that was given to Louis Solomon shortly after he served as Rex in 1872. Maybe it was 1873. None of us in the organization ever knew it existed or had seen it or knew what it might have looked like, but you were very familiar with this object.
Yes, his medal was in our living room all my life growing up. And then I think when my grandfather passed away, it went to one of the Salomon, one of my cousins. And he's the caretaker of it now. And it was just a fixture in our home. And yeah, I saw it every day.
It's one of the iconic images of the 150th anniversary of Rex, to be able to have found that very first ducal and replicate all of our ducals this year from it, and include it in a lot of our artwork this year as well. What do you think about the legacy of what your great-grandfather and the civic-minded gentleman that he was associated with, who put together that first Rex parade? What do you think of it now that you see what it's turned into and what it's done for the city of New Orleans and the draw that it is, and just how incredible this celebration has become?
Well, to me, it's just amazing that it could have started so small, just a small group of men and well respected. But now it's grown into such a tremendous economic event. It's really amazing. And I was here at the Rex Ball in 1999, and I think my experience in the street and watching parades, I think this is even bigger. Of course, I think there's a great pent-up desire to party now that it was closed last year, and it's just terrific, as you can see, really, and it brings a lot of money into the economy here. Obviously, it's great.
It's definitely back, and it's back bigger than ever.
Yes.
And one of the folks that we interviewed, Mark Romig, earlier, had said throughout the course of the year that the Rex organization was sort of that very first Convention and Visitors Bureau, that those gentlemen were sitting around thinking about how they could help the city heal some of the wounds coming out of the Civil War, but also how to promote the city and how to get business back coming in and tourism promoted again. And it took just a really great form of celebration and beautiful artwork and putting these floats out on the street and organizing the groups of maskers to turn this celebration into something truly special. And their vision really worked. They knew that people would go home and tell their neighbors about it. They knew that they would come. That's what's happened. It grows every year. This is very special, 2 years of pent-up demand, and it's just been fantastic. And it was your great-grandfather and his friends that created this. So we have a debt of gratitude to you and to your family and to what those gentlemen did back then.
He must have been very special. I wish I had known him. I was born 10 years after his passing, but he must have been quite a guy. And why he was chosen out of the whole group of bankers and newspaper people who started this, he must have been a terrific guy.
So where do you call home? Where do you come from, and how many times have you been to Mardi Gras, and do you think you'll come back?
Yeah, I love this, more and more. As I say, I was here in 1999 and was on public television with Mr. Laborde and his wife, and yeah, I just, it's being like in another country, actually, coming here, and they still speak English. It's nice. And my wife is just really enthralled with it. It's so unique. It really is.
Well, we're so happy to have you here. Hope you have a great time. Please enjoy New Orleans, and please come back to Carnival more frequently and be our guest.
Than the organization is, really. This is terrific.
Thanks.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Peg, back to you.
Thank you so much, Will, and I am thrilled to introduce, like she needs an introduction, Mrs. Gail Benson. It is so great to see you and that you're here. And what is so wonderful about this is that you come to the ball pretty regularly, don't you?
Yes, every year.
What are some of your Mardi Gras memories?
Well, I grew up in Old Algiers, so I used to go with my parents on Opelousas Street when I was real young, and we'd watch the parade, and I always just loved it. I thought it was so exciting to see all the costumes and all the different people and the beads. In those days, they were glass beads. a long time ago.
That's right, Czechoslovakia.
Yes, they were. They were beautiful, and you didn't want to get rid of them. And of course, eventually my mother had so many of them that we eventually had to give them away.
Well, we should remind our viewers, though, that before, of course, you met Mr. Tom Benson, you had a very successful design, your own design career, interior designer. And I wonder, how does that still interplay with what you do? Like, for instance, the suite at the Superdome. Weren't you very involved with redoing it? And I mean, you use those skills and those talents along with so many others.
I did. When I married Tom, he told me that he did not want me to do interior design for anybody but him and us. So that's what I did. So I started doing design. I did a lot of hotels in the city, and I did a lot of residential too. But I mean, it was so much fun. But transitioning from that position to this one isn't much different, because it's all about business and all about people. And that's really what business is about.
Absolutely. And the sensations, didn't you have a little bit of a hand in changing the look?
Just a little. I want them to look more like the Rockettes and less than what they looked like before.
Love the Rockettes, love the Rockettes. And also in uniforms, I mean,
yes.
Your sense of color. Tell us about that.
Well, being an interior designer, I have a gift of color, and so I see color very well. And so it was real easy for me to come up with some ideas on the designs of the costumes.
Well, don't you think also New Orleans, because of Carnival and so many celebrations, is a city of color?
It is. It's a very colorful city. Like coming here tonight, I love seeing all the gowns and the people and the colors, and it's just beautiful.
I ran into Yvonne LaFleur a few days ago, and she told me, I said, well, how's business, And she said, oh, look for the gowns. They're going to be very, very vibrant. I think that must speak to an enthusiasm, don't you? We're trying to be back.
And we are back. And the gowns now, people I think are more enthusiastic about wearing color. And I think for a couple of years we were sort of in a depressed stage. And now I think New Orleans is definitely back.
Yes. Tell me about your beautiful dress.
Well, it's Marchese, and I bought it a few years ago. And, I like to buy clothes when I see them, and I like them. And then when an occasion comes, I go closet shopping. So I go in my closet and I find something that I've had.
Well, any advice for those of us who shop? I know maybe your budget might be a little bit bigger, but any suggestions about that in terms of shopping?
I like to go, when I go shopping, I don't go for a specific thing. Or an event. I just go shopping and I see something I like, I buy it, I put it in my closet, and sometimes it's 2 or 3 years before I wear it, which is really a good thing, because then you have a lesser chance of somebody wearing the same thing you have on, because you've had it for a few years, so it's perfect.
I love that. I also very much appreciate the fact that you are very devout, and I know that means a lot to how you face life.
Yes, it's my faith is very important, and I feel like it gets me through so many crises and so many things in life. Life is not easy, and I think if you have faith and you know that it's going to be okay, it will be.
Well, it's such a delight to be able to talk to you tonight, and thank you once again for all that you do for New Orleans too.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a happy Mardi Gras.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And now we can move over to Errol with a very special guest from another organization who is dear to Rex.
Indeed, a very special guest. This is Mr. Elroy James, who's the president of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. Thank you very much for joining us. How did the march go today?
Oh, the parade was beautiful. Really, really big crowds. Everybody looked wonderful. We were excited to return Mardi Gras back to the city of New Orleans and to our visitors.
Now, with the route change, everybody's route was shortened a bit, and so you lost part of Canal Street, so you went down Poydras?
Yes, we made the left off of St. Charles to Poydras onto Loyola Elks Place. But the crowds were still thick in that area as well.
How's the membership of your organization doing?
The membership is robust. Record numbers, about 800 members of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club, and we have a long waiting list. And so the organization is strong.
Now, in addition to being president of the Zulu organization, you and actually Rex are co-chairs of the city's Mardi Gras Coordinating Committee. And I know this past year there have been a lot of tough issues that you all have had to face. How to deal with COVID and the problems of police shortage. Let me ask you about a couple of them. Next year, we'll hope that there won't be a COVID issue. But will there still be an issue of manpower shortage in terms of police and security?
As it relates to the Mayors of Mardi Gras Advisory Council, we haven't discussed what Mardi Gras 2023 looks like. But we did have some impacts for the 22 Mardi Gras season because of the shortage of policemen, and so we're hoping not. But if so, we'll make the proper adjustments and plan in 2023. But what's important is that we find a way to put on Mardi Gras 2023.
Yeah. And there were some security adjustments that went in place this year, like having that webbing between the floats because of a couple of really horrible accidents that happened last time.
Correct. Both James, Rex, and myself do believe that the safety of our spectators are important, and so we did put some webbing between floats. And each one of the parades that I went out and visited and watched during the Mardi Gras season, I could strongly don't believe that those webbing affected the spectacular designs of the floats for Mardi Gras, but only added to the safety of our spectators.
So you get to interact with a lot of the crews, so you know a lot of the people in the other organizations. How do you feel? Do you feel like Carnival is strong? I mean, I know you say it is with Zulu, but how about the rest of Carnival? Do you think it's growing, getting stronger? Or?
I believe it's testament by our relationship between the Rex organization and Zulu Social and Pleasure Club. We're always looking to figure out ways to collaborate, but that's with all the Mardi Gras crews. So yes, I believe Mardi Gras in the city of New Orleans is strong and will be around for many, many, many more years.
Now, I've always been fascinated by the hierarchy within the Zulu club, like of course Zulu and what the governor and the mayor and the whole hierarchy. Have you ever been one of them?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to represent the organization as King Zulu in 2012. This was one of the highest honors in my life. I was 38 years old representing a historic organization, and so I've been excited, and now I've happened to represent the organization as president. So yes.
What was that day like riding a Zulu?
Oh, it's beautiful. I couldn't have ever imagined what it would be like just to see so many people who knew who I was and I did not know who they were. I mean, it really sends a strong message as to what Zulu means to the city of New Orleans, and particularly what King Zulu means to the city of New Orleans.
And I'm sure you know this, but Zulu is just so important to what it means for Carnival. I mean, it's really important. I've told this to many people, that I think one of the great moments in Zulu history was after Katrina, when so many people said we can't have Mardi Gras anymore, we can't have it, and especially from the black community. Right. The people saying, you can't do it. And it meant so much for Zulu to say, hey, wait a minute, we want a parade. And then when Zulu said that, then it was okay for everybody else to say that.
Sure. Not that we wanted to parade, we needed to parade. Katrina had some devastating impacts on the black community, and I think it sent a testament of our resilience and the importance that the organization meant to the city, and it showed that we could rebuild and also maintain some normalcy. So it was very important that Zulu lead the way back in 2005 after Katrina.
And if that hadn't been shown, look what was happening. Because remember, like the news media from all around the world was in New Orleans. It was like a death vigil. They were waiting to see New Orleans die. And instead, we had Mardi Gras.
That's right. It showed that we're here to stay. We're here to stay. And New Orleans is here to stay. And the culture of Mardi Gras is here to stay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Tomorrow you got to start working on next year.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elroy James. Let's go back to Peggy. Peg?
And thank you, Errol. And we're thrilled. We have the Queen 50 years ago, 1972, and Elizabeth Nolan Walsh. And welcome.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor and pleasure.
Oh, well, how were you told that you would be Queen? I always love stories about that.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was quite a surprise. Two gentlemen came over to our home, and they surprised me with the question, would you like to be Queen? And, absolutely. I was so happy and very honored.
Yeah. Now, that year, you were in other organizations as well, too.
Yes. Quite a few balls, yes. Yeah. So I was very fortunate.
And what was really also extra nice is, and who knew at that point, but 5 years later, your dad would become Rex.
Yes, he was in 77.
Well,
he was Rex.
Yes, and so we have some video of you as Queen of Carnival, which will show that.
Yes.
And just remember, look, and your Rex was Leon Sarpy. Is that correct? Yes, I love this. And that dress. What are your memories of wearing that dress, Betty?
It was wonderful. The lace and material was from Europe, and then the dress was made here.
Oh my! It was made here. That is gorgeous. That is absolutely
that's
gorgeous.
Fun to see the video.
And to see the video, and of course, the other thing is that dress is on display now at the Presbyterian.
Yes, it is. Oh, that was so exciting. I was really happy. We had it was lent out to the Washington Carnival Ball, and came back full circle. So
Full
I was
circle,
so
yes.
honored to have it in the Presbyterian.
Absolutely. And we should say your husband Jay for a very long time helped a lot of veterans, and you know, tonight we're especially thinking about veterans, and he's such a dear.
Isn't he though? I love him. Almost 50 years together.
Oh really?
Yes.
Congratulations. Now, if someone doesn't realize that you have many siblings, but one of your sister is now Nolan. Did she give you some advice about tonight?
Yes, quite a bit.
Well, that's good. I think she's a good person to take advice from.
Oh, wonderful, yes. Great example.
And the beautiful dress, that color.
Thank you so much. I do like it, yes, very much.
Yeah. Well, Betty, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And congratulations. Well, actually, I wanted to ask you one other question I'm just realizing, and that is, was it hard to keep a secret?
Sort of. Well, to honor that system. So you definitely keep quiet, but you're dying to tell everybody, yes.
Yeah. And your mother was also a queen.
A mystic, yes.
Mystic. And that's a really high honor, too.
Yes, that was.
Now,
really.
you lived in what I guess today we would call the Benjamin Button House.
Yes.
Those memories of going to the parades, tell me about that, because it was right nearby.
Oh, it's actually
St. Charles
a block and a half away.
Yeah, Coliseum.
And so when we'd hear the sirens, we'd run out to the parade. So
that's
that
how
was
you knew.
great, yes. And you could get front row seats back then.
That's right. All right.
The captain of the Mystic Crew.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And our family dates back to the 1870s with Rex.
Wow, yes. Your great-grandfather was an early member.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. And I know that they are getting ready for the welcoming of course, the captain of Comas. But Errol, I think we're going to go to you briefly to interview another very special guest.
Yeah, hey, if you're driving around town lately and you've run Canal Street or St. Charles Avenue, and you notice those banners about the Rex Centennial, the guy behind this project is Will Jacob, who's a member of the Rex organization. He's involved in a lot of different ways, but he had the very unusual task of doing that. Who did you have to talk to be able to do that kind of thing?
Oh, there were representatives of the Downtown Development District and city permitting, which was very helpful in getting these things posted and approved.
So as always, it helps to know the right people.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
Now those banners are up. Will they be up until Carnival or for a while after?
They'll be up for a few weeks after, and then they'll be taken down. Well, they'll be replaced by other banners, but they will be available for sale for sponsorship for our members and even to the public. And all proceeds will go to defray the cost of the Crescent City Carnival Museum and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation.
Oh, what an interesting plan. I want to ask you about your day-to-day. You rode a horse in the parade, right?
I did. It was a long day starting at 7, got breakfast, helped around the den, and then got dressed to ride a horse.
Were you a purple, green, or gold lieutenant?
I was a purple.
Right. Now, people who ride horses tell me that what's really great about the experience is that you're so close to the crowd that you can really interact. Did you get that feeling?
It's a different feeling and experience than riding a float where you're amongst your friends. But in a horse, riding a horse, you get an opportunity to really engage the crowd and be a part of the crowd, and it's a really fun experience on Mardi Gras Day.
So you're able to kind of talk to them along the way, and then
go along the way, even get off on stops, but definitely engage the crowd, say hello, see people you know, meet new people.
So being so close to the crowd, how did you find it? Was the crowd in a good mood today?
The crowd was in a great mood today. Very happy to be out for Carnival after not being here last year. It was a beautiful day and a great day to be on a horse and amongst the people of New Orleans.
We all thought that might happen, that people would be anxious for Carnival to come back, and indeed, I guess it was.
They definitely were, and we're looking forward to next year as well. It's going to be bigger and better.
Any more sign projects in mind, or?
Well, this might be a good opportunity to make permanent placements on spots along the route.
Oh, great idea. Okay. Let's work on it, man. It sounds good. Okay, thank you very much. Well, Jacob, let's go back to Peggy. Peg?
Thank you. At any moment, we're waiting the arrival of the Comas captain with a royal invitation. But let's first visit with Story Charbonnet, who is, of course, King of Carnival 2020, and also very involved with the Pro Bono Publico Foundation. Welcome.
Thanks, Peggy. Appreciate it.
You didn't have to worry about being on a float this year and all the hoopla. You could relax a little, huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was actually on a float this year.
Okay.
I rode on 21. With 10 or 12 of my really good friends, and we had a wonderful time. It was a spectacular day, and you could tell by the crowds that people were really happy to have a sort of more normal Mardi Gras again.
Oh, well, it is good to see you. And tell us a little bit about the Pro Bono Publico Foundation.
So you probably have heard a lot about the foundation, so I won't spend too much time on its founding, but recently we are in the process of making a transition from our very standard donations, which have averaged about $1 million a year for the last 7 years, to doing some more strategic donations. And those innovative strategic grants, we believe, will have a real impact on specific projects in the city. So we work very closely with New Schools for New Orleans, with Teach for America, and some of the other leading educators here in the city. And
$10.5 million so far since Katrina. Wow.
That's exactly right. We've gained a lot of momentum. We've been very successful in increasing not only the money that we raise, but the participation. And that's a big part, because it's not just about the financial contribution, but it's the human interaction and the contribution from many of our members and their spouses. We have a lot of our spouses who spend an enormous amount of time either in the charter schools or with the charter support organizations.
Well, Story, congratulations, and thank you for all that you do for the city. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The King of Carnival 2020.
Wow. Congratulations to James.
Oh, yes,
James
absolutely.
and Ellie have done a fantastic job today, and big fan of both of them.
Okay, thank you. And let's go back over to the dance floor, because we're anticipating, of course, the arrival of the captain of Comas. Thank you. And pretty soon, the captain of Comas will come over with a very royal invitation. And once again, we're waiting the arrival of the captain of Comas with a very special royal invitation. And but we are hopefully going to visit with the 2020 Queen of Carnival, and that was Sarah Eleanor Lane. And Miss Lane will be with us shortly. But it is just amazing, the excitement rippling through this place. I think everybody's just extra thrilled to be here after 2 years. There's still plenty of our program. Of course, the meeting of the courts since 1882. We will be able to show that to you, and we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. And she's here, the Queen of Carnival 2020. So glad that you're here.
Yes, thank you for having me.
And tell us about your thoughts of 2 years ago, what it must have meant to be, of course, the Queen. That was something, huh?
Yeah, it was such an honor. It was so exciting. And it was crazy to have to wait 2 years for this to happen again, but I'm so happy for Ellie. She's doing a wonderful job. But it was such a blast.
How did they tell you you'd be queen?
Well, my parents actually had an idea of telling me in New York over Easter, and then my flight got canceled due to weather, and so they flew to Charlottesville a couple weeks later and told me in person, like before dinner. So that was amazing too. My sisters were in town as well, so it was very special.
Oh, and I guess this year you could relax a little bit, huh?
A little bit, yes. But again, I'm so happy for Ellie. She's doing an absolutely amazing job.
And you all know each other, don't you?
Yeah, she's one of my very good friends.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, and your dress is so beautiful.
Oh,
with
thank
all
you
your
so much.
pins.
Thank you.
And of course, that's the Queen's pin, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is. It is.
And that is only a few people have.
Yeah, it's very special to me. I'll have it for the rest of my life. So.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful evening.
Of course, thank you for having me.
And my pleasure. And we are going to go back over to the dance floor because the Comas captain is just about to arrive. And the wonderful iconic crown in the center. And as we said, Foster Awning just did an incredible job of doing that canvas floor. It is beautiful. And my gentlemen are returning and will be back with us in just a moment. But just a reminder, that our coverage is going to be actually repeated right after our initial broadcast of the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas, repeated in its entirety immediately following this broadcast. And we're also streaming on WYES's YouTube channel and our Facebook at New Orleans, WYES New Orleans, our Facebook page. So hello, Will and Errol, you're back.
Let's talk a little history if we can for a moment.
Okay.
Because we're about to enter a really historical part of this night. It was Comas that started all this stuff in 1857, and then Rex in 1872. In 1882, they began the meeting of the courts. Actually, it was the meeting of a court and a half, because in 1882, Rex had a queen. Comas didn't have a queen, but Rex still went and met. And then the next year, Comas didn't have a ball, but the year after that, I think it started on a regular thing with the king. But this is really one of the, I think, the sacred traditions in Carnival is the meeting of the courts. And it's not a really flashing ceremony, but it just symbolizes a lot of the two courts getting together, and they go over to the Comas side. And so you see Comas, I guess, is the representative of the history of Carnival. And Rex is sort of like the more of the representative of the people, the tradition of Carnival. And you see them kind of merge together in the final hours of the Carnival season.
And the other thing we need to remind folks, of course, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, but Comas is a god, mythology. And so the king is asked to go over to Comas's house because the king will bow to a god. So there's a little bit of, who's who that's involved in all this too, as to the reason why Rex moves to Comas.
And Comas has a goblet, whereas Rex has a scepter.
Yes.
And so when you get a king and a god together, there's all kind of tricky diplomacy involved in this.
True. Now, Will, Comas is a much smaller organization too, isn't it?
It is, and Walter Isaacson had an interesting way of describing Rex and Comas also, that Rex was sort of the way that in the mid 19th century, Americans came together with their public lives and their private lives together. Social groups who came together to form civic associations to do good things. It might be start a hospital or fund a fire department or these types of things. That really was what Rex was, that blending of the two. Whereas Comas was more of just the pure, fun, celebratory society type of an organization.
But there was a tradition of secretive men's organizations.
Yes, like the Masonic.
Going back to the Masons.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The captain of the mystic crew of Comas has arrived to present an invitation to His Majesty Rex to visit the Comas Ball.
And we have the captain of Comas and his lieutenants being flanked by his lieutenants, and they have a special message, and you see the scroll in his hand. And we are very fortunate that we actually have the message, which I will read to you shortly, and our dear pages are going to receive that message. All right. And he is going to read this. Hail Rex. Tonight, should we call you Captain or Rex? The answer to that question is quite complex. We'll call you Captain on a chopper or a pony, but on the throne, you're Rex, the one and only. It's been years since a war hero has sat in your seat. Bravely fighting the enemy is never a small feat. Pinned on your uniform are many medals for all to see, including the Navy Flying Cross adorned with a V. Your kingly credentials are quite complete. There are no other monarchs whose resume can compete. For a young man, your bio is filled with community time. When do you have a moment to actually earn a dime? Before this goes to your head, know that you're flawed. While you might be a king, you're not quite a god. Come across Canal, and this we promise. There you will meet a true god, the Imperial Comus. We will dance, sing, and talk the night away until the curtain comes down, and it's a new day. There's no steeds or super cobras for this crossover. Just grab your queen and court and come on over.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding. It looks like they've accepted the invitation.
They could have refused it. We could have just shut down and all gone home right now. But they,
Fortunately, they didn't.
There's a real board over there on the Comas side.
A lot of different faces on the floor tonight. These are gentlemen who you might have been used to seeing 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago out on the floor, leading the court around. Well, James Reese, our King of Carnival, has taken over a lot of those responsibilities, but he can't do them tonight. So they had to bring in the previous team to handle executing this ball as well as it could possibly be done without him.
One face we have seen over the years is Christy Brown, who's past Rex.
Yes.
Been head of the parent organization, the School of Design.
And
the basketball executive.
And we also, at some point soon, we want to introduce the pages because they are keeping busy. Our lovely queen. And we have our court, and we want to meet the pages. And we have Master Ethan Fenner French, and explain to us where he is right now.
Ethan Fenner French is on the left.
He's on the left.
And then we have Holden Rubion on the right.
All right. And of course, the son, your son,
That's
and
right.
of course of Mrs. Kara Jane Vandekar. And he is a student at Isadora Newman School. And very much involved with the Rex organization, including his grandparents being...
He's an avid spear fisherman,
Yes.
loves to spear lobster, and loves anything that's dangerous, which drives his parents crazy.
And Dennis Holden Rubion is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Anthony Rubion. His mother is the former Catherine Riley, and he is a student at Trinity Episcopal School. He's on the honor roll, and his mom was Queen of Carnival in 2002. But of course, Ethan's grandparents, as I was saying, were both Queen of Carnival and Rex.
That's right. And then the Queen's pages, because we have 2 King's pages and 2 Queen's pages. The King's pages are Emmerich Parker Laborde and Baldwin Scott Key.
Yes, and can you identify them for us over here?
They're on the right side.
The right side, of course, as you said, with the Queen. And Mr. Emmerich is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Lee Laborde. And he is a student at Isadora Newman. And his father was a Duke in the 1976 court. And Master Baldwin Scott Key is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Brandon Scott Key. and he is a student at Trinity Episcopal School.
I have to get something in about Baldwin Scott Key.
Yes.
We heard the national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, earlier tonight, written by Francis Scott Key. That is Baldwin Scott Key's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. How about that?
So tell me about how you told your son he would be a page.
I've been threatening to put him to work at the Rex Den with video archives and cataloging all the film reels that we have, and he was willing to do it. And so we got him over there one night before our 150th gala dinner, and I had Sam Morris, who raised the flag today, take him around and give him a tour while we set up a champagne salute in the King's Room. And he came in, knew instantly something was going on. I was there, his stepfather was there, his grandfather was there. We were all in black tie, and we gave him a little page cutout. And he knew at that point that he was going to be a page. He says, "Yes, I was hoping I would be a page."
Oh.
And he's doing an excellent job tonight.
And our queen and king of Carnival, Miss Sarah Eleanor Bright, known as Ellie, and Mr. James Reese III. And I'm so glad that his dad and stepmom are there tonight too, and many members of the family.
He's got a big following here tonight.
He certainly does.
One note about Emmerich Laborde. He and his buddy Balin Breeze, Drew Breeze's son, they both intend to own a zoo and an NFL team. Well, Emmerich's got a whole exotic zoo in the garage with geckos and lizards and three-toed chameleons and frogs and tortoises and all this stuff. So he's getting a head start on the plans and already is getting the zoo going. NFL team, I guess, can come next.
That's ambitious plans, Will.
Look, these are ambitious folks that we see in these Rex courts, and they often are very talented. And I do not doubt that he will own an NFL team and an exotic zoo.
Absolutely. Now, once again, a reminder: they are all heading across the street to the Comas Ball at the Marriott Hotel.
And they literally cross the street. This used to be done in the Municipal Auditorium when both ballrooms were in the same building, and it was easy for them to get together. Now they have to go down the elevator, red carpet across Canal Street, and walk to the Marriott Hotel on the other side of the street. That's not an easy logistical feat when you have that many people with those trains that have to be moved.
Yes.
It takes a small army to get it done.
At the Marriott, there are elevators to take also.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is now invited to participate in the dancing.
And now, though, here is our second Carnival quiz question. Second question. Which two marches are heard when Rex is in a procession tonight? Our prizes: a one-night stay for two at the Inn at Homas House, which includes a guided tour of the estate and gardens, and breakfast for two, a $350 value. The inn is located on the grounds of Homas House Estate and Gardens in Burnside, Louisiana, along the River Road. Courtesy of Homas House. A Rex 150th anniversary commemorative keepsake box made exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A hand-painted glass Boeuf Gras ornament designed exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A limited edition flambeau lapel pin designed exclusively for the Historic New Orleans Collection and donated by the Historic New Orleans Collection. A copy of the book, Rex, 150 Years of the School of Design, by Dr. Stephen Hales, published by Arthur Hardy Enterprises and available at rexorganization.com, donated by the School of Design. A copy of the 2022 Rex Proclamation by artist Matthew Hales, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of the 2022 Rex Parade Bulletin, with illustrations by Caroline Thomas, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of Mardi Gras, Chronicles of the New Orleans Carnival by Errol Laborde, and published by Pelican. A copy of New Orleans Mardi Gras Moments by photographer Judy Bottoni and me, Peggy Scott Laborde, and published by Pelican. And a DVD of this broadcast. We'll have the third and final question a little later in our program. And it's always nice, Errol, for us to be with a dear friend, Arthur Hardy, of Arthur Hardy's Mardi Gras Guide. You rode today.
I did ride today. It was wonderful, wonderful.
Which float do you ride on?
I ride on the Jester float. I'm the first man on the passenger side, and it was just a terrific day. The weather, couldn't be. I think God said, I owe you one. This was it.
That was it. Now, how were the crowds?
I thought the crowds were down a little bit, actually, from previous years, but that's to be expected. I don't think we had as many visitors in town.
Yes.
And that's all right, but the crowds were warm and friendly and said thank you. We had many people with signs, happy 150th anniversary, Rex.
Oh, really?
Thought that was sweet.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, it was just a great day, and I'm just so happy to have this. So many people were saying thanks for bringing, it's back.
Right.
Forget COVID, it's over.
No.
It's Mardi Gras, right?
Now, Arthur, you were more than slightly involved with the 150th anniversary, with the publication of the book, with Stephen Hales, of course, too. That was quite a project. How many illustrations?
About 800, I think, and it felt like 8 million.
A ton of no, it's beautifully done.
Stephen was a delight to work with. We put about 2 years into that book, and I've got to say it will be the finest thing I've ever had my name on. Thanks to him and the wonderful organization and the archives, and Rex has had a wonderful history and really been around half as long as New Orleans has been around. So it's more than Rex, it's the whole city of New Orleans that we celebrate.
Arthur's here.
I noticed, yeah. It looks like next year, hopefully we'll be past the COVID thing. But the challenge that lingers seems to be the police power thing on that. Will we face the same issue next year, you think, about starting parade routes?
Unless 300 policemen fall out the sky, I don't know. I'm hoping there's some logistical considerations and alterations and modifications that can be made. We need to give these crews the full parade routes because they work so hard and so long for this, and to cram more people in a short amount of space just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We had to do it this year, we did it, but I hope it's a one-off, but I'm just not sure.
Like Zulu didn't go on Canal Street today.
And that was a crime, but they did get Jackson Avenue, and Endymion got Mid-City, but lost the end of their route, and Rex lost the beginning of their route.
Yeah, and Zulu got Poitras, and Elroy James said they had a big crowd there. So.
Oh, I know the crowd was there, but the people on Canal Street and the merchants and the people who sell packages, everybody lost something this year, but the important thing to remember is we did it. We had Mardi Gras back, and the alterations didn't really deter from the celebration that much.
Oh, and I saw Sue is with you tonight.
My bride of 50 years is with me. And
congratulations.
We're kind of looking forward to Ash Wednesday, to tell you the truth. But it's been a great season. I don't ever remember 12 days in New Orleans with no rain on morning, noon, or night. I don't think we had one parade with a single drop of rain on it. Do you ever remember that happening?
No.
Somebody gets rain on it. Not this time.
Well, Arthur, thank you so much for all that you do, because it's more than about chronicling Carnival. It's about being a part of it and making it better.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be a part of it, and it sure beats working for a living,
Congratulations.
Thank you,
how many years of the Mardi Gras Guide?
Well, this was 46. I'm trying to make it to 50.
Okay. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks.
And now, though, let's thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible. Thank you, dear.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans. And now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Home Care Solutions, compassionate in-home elder care to extend your loved one's independence.
Our topic today is about savings. What is savings?
Hancock Whitney isn't just a bank for our clients. We're investing in our hometowns, making life better for everyone. So keep dreaming. We've got your back.
Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898.
Hello, I'm Emmett Dupas, lead partner at Bienville Capital Group, where we specialize in finding solutions to help companies and their employees reach their financial goals.
Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com.
Demo Diva clears the path to the future. Now, we celebrate Carnival traditions and tip our crown to the past.
The Gustav Westphal McElhenney Family Foundation supports the renewal of New Orleans and the ongoing process of transforming our city's schools. Rex organization volunteers and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation are helping assure that every child in New Orleans can attend an excellent school. Brooke Duncan III, Foster Duncan, Kelly Duncan, and Kitty Sherrill are proud to honor their father, Brooke H. Duncan, who reigned as Rex on its 100th anniversary. Fidelity Bank. As New Orleans as king cake, parades, beads, doubloons, and the families that get together to celebrate them all. Serving this community since 1908. Hail Rex, hail Comas, happy Mardi Gras. Additional support by Bellwether Technology.
French Market Coffee, a proud part of New Orleans traditions since 1890.
In addition to pursuing her college studies, this year's Queen of Carnival, Eleanor Bright White, is also very focused on community service, as we'll discover in this interview. The 2022 Queen of Carnival, Eleanor Pito White, is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Michael Bright White. Known as Ellie, she is a senior at the University of Texas at Austin, majoring in public relations. The time spent as a volunteer at the Bright School for the Deaf has been very important to her. It was founded in 1959 by the Bright and White families to meet the needs of their grandson and son, who is Ellie's dad.
The Bright School is a very meaningful school to my family, and I've spent many summers there working as an assistant, teacher, and just anywhere that they need help, I've helped them out. It's been wonderful. It's made a huge impact for my dad and many kids still today. It has helped so many people.
Early Mardi Gras memories include a favorite costume.
My favorite Mardi Gras costume when I was a kid was to be a ballerina, because anything with a tutu, I would just wear it forever. Mardi Gras Day, we would always sit in the ladders. I'd be with my brother and my sister, and we'd wait for my dad to come by, jump out of the ladder, and just chase his float all the way down as far as we could.
White enjoys spending time with her family and likes to run.
I'm a runner. I play backgammon with my dad and just spending time outside with my friends.
Her Majesty learned she would be queen right before the pandemic, which caused the cancellation of last year's balls and parades. Rex and many other crews carried over the courts of 2021 to 2022.
I found out that I was going to be Queen of Carnival when I was on vacation with my parents, and we had plans to go snorkeling that afternoon. We love to snorkel, and I'm also a scuba diver. So my dad had gotten in the water early and started screaming, "Ellie, Virginia, there's a lobster, you have to come see it." So me and my mom ran down and threw on our snorkel gear, jumped in the water, and started swimming, and there were cups and doubloons and beads and a crown, but there was no lobster. And I came up to the surface, and my mom said, "Ellie, you're gonna be Queen of Carnival." And I was so shocked, and we went back and just celebrated and looked at old photos of other family members who have been in the ball and involved.
As Queen of Carnival, Ellie has enjoyed providing input to dress designer Suzanne Perron St. Paul on the royal gown.
My dress is based off of my great-great-aunt's dress, who was Queen of Carnival in the 1920s, and the dress has flowers that look like starfish, which just ties back to how much I love to snorkel and swim and spend time in the water.
This year's Queen's Rex roots are deep.
A number of my family members on both sides have reigned as both kings and queens of Carnival. More recently, 2 of my cousins have reigned as queen. Both of my grandfathers, my father and my brother, have been dukes. To be queen is a huge honor for both me and my family, and we are just so humbled and excited to have this experience.
Welcome again to our live broadcast. Joining me this evening, and we're so thrilled that they are joining me this evening, Errol Laborde, Executive Editor of Renaissance Publishing. Hi, E.
Hi.
And author of the book Lundi Gras, Chronicles of the New Orleans Carnival, and Will French. Will is, of course, the historian in training, but you're learning fast for the Rex organization, and he works on preserving and researching the Rex organization's history with a special emphasis lately on digital and video archives. He's also a local attorney and tax credit financier for the film and historic preservation industries. Will, would you please once again, I think tonight, if somebody's just tuning in, will notice that no one is wearing a mask, and why is that?
Sure. Well, obviously the CDC has reduced the guidelines for mask wearing, but in addition to that, the Sheraton Hotel where we are tonight and the Marriott across the street are taking very careful precautions to make sure that everyone presents a vaccination card or a negative PCR test. And in addition, masks are made available to anybody in the auditorium, and in fact are placed on many of the chairs so that if you want a mask, if you feel more comfortable in a mask, the masks are available. But it just looks like people are, feeling like it's getting back to life as normal, and Carnival is normal, and balls as normal.
And thank goodness.
Kind of nice to see.
Errol, I know this has been an evening of looking back, and you wanted to share a few thoughts on that and some little factoids.
Yeah, a friend who's a retired librarian at Loyola, Jim Hobbs, did some research on it. So some of the key years, for example, looking at 1872, the President of the United States was Ulysses S. Grant, which symbolized this is all during the Reconstruction time. The mayor was a guy named Benjamin Flanders, who was actually a military appointee to be mayor of New Orleans during this time. The Rex's first parade went by I don't know if they formalized it, but its theme has been described for the years as triumphal entry. And the weather that day was breezy and bright. That happened to be a leap year that year. Mm-hmm. And so Grant was president. And, that shows some of the early parades, made fun of Reconstruction politics.
Oh, yes, very much scathing sometimes.
Yeah, they got some very hostile reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
More recently, in 1972, that was Rex's 100-year anniversary. Rain stopped just as Rex rolled out. That might be the famous parade with Nash Roberts.
Oh, yeah, Nash Roberts.
Yeah, the weather guy was there.
The Royal Meteorologist.
And they said, look, if you all start right here, you might make it. So they started right at this point. Rain stopped. By the time the last float got, and then rain started again, all right? The president was Richard Nixon. The mayor of New Orleans was Moon Landrieu. Rex was Leon Sarpy. And the queen was, who we've been a while ago, Miss Elizabeth Ann Nolan. So.
Yeah. There's still plenty of program here because we are anticipating the meeting of the courts. Since 1882, what a wonderful tradition that Rex goes over to the Comas side and along with his court, and that is quite the grouping. You've got two courts there. Plus tonight we'll also see a lot of pages, won't we?
We'll see lots of pages tonight, 8 in total. Comas always has 4, Rex usually has 2. But of course, as we've talked about, Rex has kept over the 2 that would have been pages last year to make them pages this year, and they are all loving it. So yes, plenty of pages to help with plenty of trains, which are very heavy. So
and if someone is new to the city, they might not realize that Comas is the oldest organization, a carnival organization, and really created the word crew, came up with the word crew. We're talking 1857.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
Very.
Here's what I think happened in 1880. This is Errol's theory. It might be wrong, okay? A wiser person made us spell this, but 1882 would have been the 10th anniversary of Rex and the 25th anniversary of Comas. So I think somebody says, let's do something. And so they concocted this meeting. Of course, not just time. Will was talking about at the auditorium, we had to walk down. Yeah, this is, one was in the French Quarter and the other was uptown. And so Rex had to hurry up over. Rex's ball that year didn't start till 11:30. They had to leave at 11:50 to go to the Comas ball. Luckily for them, the mayor of New Orleans was Mayor Shakespeare, who probably had all the power he needed to get through traffic and horse-drawn carriages. But it was a huge event. And so Rex went in, he met Comas, again, it was Comus, and there was no queen. And then they started their dancing and went on. And continues.
Absolutely. Now, we cannot get enough of these pages, and the cuteness quotient is very high. And Will, thank you for sharing some family photos, because we want to show some photos of. Tell us about that.
That's Ethan Fenner French. That's when we told him that he would be a page, and we're in the King's Room at the Rex Den, and that's his grandfather, pointing out his great-grandfather, who was a very high-ranking official in the organization and was also Rex, as well as the four previous family members that were Rexes as well, dating all the way back to the late 1900s, late 19th century.
Let me just suggest you're underselling your grandfather a little bit. I think it's fair to say by now that he was a captain, okay? And he was Darwin Finner, who today, when people look back, they talk about the Rex revival, which happened during the time that Darwin Finner was captain, in terms of redoing the floats, bringing in Blaine Kern.
Doubloons.
You're redoing a lot of our things.
Doubloons.
Some people say, I can't prove it, he also brought If Ever I Cease to Love was like the Rex theme, but nobody paid much attention to it, and he made it more a part of a presentation again. But his era was really looked at as kind of a really important era. Mardi Gras.
I have a fun souvenir of Darwin Fenner, of my grandfather Darwin Fenner. So it was 1960. H. Alvin Sharp came in, suggested you should throw doubloons. He wasn't sure about it. They ordered a batch. Well, my parents had a fire at their house last year, and we were going through the inventory of the jewelry and the family keepsakes, and I saw a brown paper bag, and my mother moved it out of the way, and I heard the distinct sound of doubloons clinking around, and I said, Mom, open that bag. And in the bag were about 20 of the very first run of the Rex doubloons from 1960. So I carry this around with me every now and then, always on Mardi Gras Day now, for good luck and to remember Darwin Fenner.
Yeah, look at that is the original. Wow. Yeah. And there's no year on it, is there?
There's no year.
Isn't that something? That's how you know.
But we Alvin Sharp's initials.
HAS, yes. That's amazing.
We always tell the story that at Gallier Hall that they were getting calls that something was going crazy with Rex up the road, that they were throwing money, right? That they hadn't announced formally that they would be doing the balloons. Mm-hmm. So there was this lot of excitement over Rex throwing money.
Well, we're just a few minutes away from the meeting of the courts, and of course, the crossing is happening, and we'll be showing you a little bit about that, if possible. But the whole concept that here we are in downtown New Orleans, we've had an incredible day, we've had an incredible season. Day. You know, you got to ride on the horse again. That was a good thing.
So great.
You know, but I think that we should also remind ourselves this is about coming together, not only at a parade along St. Charles Avenue, but here, lots of families. In many ways, some carnival balls are like reunions, family reunions, aren't they?
They definitely are, and if you look at the courts in these balls, you see a lot of cousins, first cousins, second cousins, sometimes even closer relations. And of course, the audience is just filled. And these organizations have been around for so long. Oh, look what we have here.
Here we are, and this is live, actually. And once again, our monarchs are crossing the street, the red carpet, crossing from the Sheraton over to the Comas side. Yes, absolutely.
And that carpet is absolutely essential, because Canal Street is not always the tidiest, and so the red carpet goes down to give them a safe, clean place so that they don't dirty up any of those fine
And I understand
costumes.
If it rains, there actually are limos to take them across the street, right?
That's right.
This is one of the newest traditions in carnivals. Since they started having the balls across this Comas movement.
They look great. I love that they're still sceptering as they cross Canal Street.
Absolutely. And what I'm excited about is we've heard wonderful music tonight. We've got the Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, who have now completed, but we're going to be hearing from the Jimmy Maxwell Orchestra on the other side, led by Jimmy's son, Robert, and it's kind of nice because he has been involved with carnival ball music for so many years, and that's a real tradition. And of course, a little bit later, we're going to show you a picture of Renee Luop, who was the longtime carnival band leader, if you will. But it's two different balls. The styles are a little bit different, but they still are coming together for this very special moment.
It's good to hear Jimmy Maxwell sound again. I miss that big band sound that comes to the ball, with his horns, with his. I mean, the symphony is wonderful. Don't get me wrong, but
absolutely,
it's more of a string
just
sound.
Too different.
But to hear the marches, to hear Diversities to Love really being belted out is good, and especially a little bit later when we hear the Grand March from Aida.
And there's history there. I know you want to share with us. You know.
Played by a group like that, it really makes a difference.
Yes, and we should also point out, that as we said, Comus is a god, and he is, of course, wearing a mask, so his identity is not revealed. But mythologically, you need to know that Comus the forest was his domain, and he would, as Errol said, be holding a cup. And if you were a traveler and you were invited to taste a sip of that cup, watch out, because you wouldn't realize it, but you were turned into the head of a beast. So Comus is pretty amazing with that, and we are just about to meet Comus tonight, and which is very, very exciting. But once again, a lot of people, we don't know who he is. He is anonymous.
When they say Comus' identity is a secret, they ain't kidding, okay? Like in Rex is still, first they don't keep the identity secret, but Rex has a committee, a group of people that decide, okay, Comus is the captain. The captain will go one guy, this guy say wants to be Comus. Now, sometimes the name will leak out, but for the most part, secret. I can tell you, I don't know. Will probably knows.
No, I don't know.
because he's connected. But
it is a well-guarded secret.
And speaking of Comus, so this ball started at 9. The Comus ball started at 9, so we're seeing this about an hour or so. But look at this. Here was the introduction of Comus. Very dark and very mystical.
Behind
as I said, this god in the forest. Yes, but he's also known for his mirth and wizardry. Look at there. Oh, how beautiful. And the mask, I understand, is from France. And sometimes it is really the choice of Comus as to whether he smiles or he frowns. Okay, and one of the highlights during the ball.
This is it. People love
great
this.
Dancing
the
heads.
Entertainment, the dancing heads. Usually, again, we've talked about in the past, the younger members of the organization, the sturdier members of the organization, those with the stamina and longevity to be able to do this at 10 o'clock at night.
And take a look at, once again, the Comus Cup, the emblem of Comus, on that beautiful Foster awning canvas. The amount of work those gentlemen put in for that, and it's so beautiful, of course, to dance on.
And we need for people to appreciate something like this. I mean, this is kind of classical stuff that people used to do.
Yes.
And now we saw Rex today, having those walking heads. But it's good to understand the old style celebrations.
Yes. And earlier this evening, the Queen entered, Miss Kathleen Pipes Kelleher. And Kathleen, of course, is resplendent. Okay. And her court, of course, followed, and we'll be visiting with them in just a few moments. But such a lovely young lady.
Is it right that her parents met when they were in the Comus court?
Comus, I believe it was Rex court. Yes, but she is the daughter, and we'll be speaking with her a little bit later, but the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Harry Bartley Kelleher III, and she is a senior at LSU, and as I said, we'll be learning a little bit more about her, but that dress is so amazing. And we are very shortly about to witness what we've been looking forward to all evening, the meeting of the courts of Rex and the Mystic Crew of Comas. M-I-S-T-I-C-K, the Mystic Crew of Comas, dating back to 1857. We should point out that the members of Comas, they dress out. They dress out, and as opposed to the gentlemen of the Rex organization who are in formal attire. But you'll see these maskers. And it's just, once again, it depends on the organization. It varies, doesn't it?
It does. That's right.
Also, Rex calls what it does a reception. we all say the Rex Ball, but to them it's a reception, so it's a little bit more formal than just meeting people. Whereas Comas, it's a little bit more of a ball in terms of having fun, having a party.
And they really do dance, and there is real dancing.
It really is. And look at the emblem, MKC, above our monarchs. Mr. Crew of Comas, as we said, and our wonderful little pages. It's a long night for them, isn't it?
It's a long day and it's a long night. The morning starts early at 6 a.m. with the wake-up call to get fed, and the costumes. Those costumes take a long time to put on properly.
With little wigs too. Huh?
And then for the rec side, there's parading, and then there's a very short break for lunch. About a 20-minute nap is all you get, and then you wake back up, shower, and you're immediately getting in costume once again. So by the end of the night, they are just exhausted. Now this crew looks lively, so I guess they all got their naps today. I haven't seen anybody dozing off yet. I haven't seen many yawns, but it's pretty typical.
And let me tell you about the beautiful jewels. Those are the Comas jewels that our queen is wearing, and the motif is Lily of the Valley. Very, very traditional for Comas. Oh, look at that scepter. Wow. And her dress was designed by Suzanne Perron St. Paul. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, there are 3 rules for being a page. One is don't step on the train. That is the #1 rule. The second rule is don't fall asleep. And the third rule is, of course, just have a lot of fun with it. And they do. They look very reserved, but I promise you, those kids are having the day of their life.
Do little boys resist having makeup and a wig put on them?
Little boys' siblings tease them for makeup and skirts and costumes and things like that, but they don't resist too much because they know what a great honor it is to be asked to be a page. But there has been a fair share of teasing, especially in the Rubion family. The Rubions are twins. Holden was the twin that was selected because he was 1 minute older than his brother.
And in just a few minutes, I think we're awaiting the meeting of the chorus, but we are seeing Wills, and that is Mr. William Craig Brewster to the left, and Wilborn Claiborne Perriott IV. And Mr. Brewster is in the 4th grade at Newman, and Clay is over at Trinity, also in the 4th grade.
Having some fun with it there.
Yes. And we'll meet our other pages in just a bit, but I think we're expecting some special company. Clearing the dance floor.
Of course, a lot of people remember back in the days when Comas paraded on Mardi Gras night. That was like the finale for Mardi Gras, seeing Comas, and they have those classic old floats, built on wooden wagon wheels, and to see the Comas float kind of waddling down St. Charles Avenue with that figure in the center, and with the glow from the lighting, it was a beautiful sight.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much of a preservation of history in these 2 balls, these organizations in general.
Our captain, Comas captain. Once again, notice silver as opposed to gold, too, which Rex, of course, is. And you're right, there is.
These celebrations may seem old-fashioned, but they are true to the way they were done, as close as can be done, 150, 175 years ago. And the 2 organizations take very seriously the preservation of this form and the art that they both produce and the way that they celebrate. And it may seem old-fashioned today, but there's so much history and meaningfulness involved.
And we should point out that in terms of the crowd, it's much smaller on that side. It's a smaller organization. We are awaiting our trumpeters, heralds, Barney Floyd and Dr. Todd Engelhardt.
If you want while we wait for some perspective on why history is so important or how it's otherwise represented, just look at the Rex floats, many of which are still rolling on old municipal wagon chassis with wooden wheels. There are more modern, more comfortable wheels available, but this is the way that it was done back in the early days, and that's what these organizations are really trying to preserve.
And after Katrina, when they got back to the float den and they had flooding in the den, some of those wooden wheels were really damaged by the water. They had to search for a blacksmith to fix them. They found some guy in Texas who came to fix the wooden wagon wheels.
He must be one of the last remaining wooden wagon wheel makers.
The captains go, okay, where are they? They're coming. Okay, and let's meet our other pages. And I believe is it Liam on the left, Mr. William Connery Van Horn. Liam, he is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Wood Van Horn the fourth, and he's a fourth grader, too. And they're all awake. and Jonathan Baldwin Montgomery. And he is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Jonathan Baldwin Montgomery, and he's a fourth grader at Newman. And his father was a page in 1986, and his grandfather was a page in 1959.
And notice on the Comas helmet, the plumage, the tri-plumage, which is unique to Comas.
And is really their symbol, the plumes and the cup. Does seem to be taking a little while over there.
I'm starting to hear a trumpeter. Here we go. Okay, we're hopefully hearing the trumpeter on that side. Okay, let's hear.
Spotlights, heralders.
We're trying to. Here we go. Here, Harold. All right. Yes, they're coming. Dr. Todd Engelhardt and Barney Floyd. And I love their costumes, very, very traditional. Todd on the left, Barney on the right. With what you just said, the fleur-de-lis, the Comas plume. And the captain of Rex, escorting, once again, Eleanor Pito White and Mr. James Reese III, our Rex Monarchs. Meeting of the courts.
It just wasn't Mardi Gras when I was a kid if you didn't stay up to watch the meeting of the courts.
Exactly.
and for children at home, they're seeing their parents who, have been at all these balls and parades for much of the season, and it really is quite a treat to be able to watch on TV.
And a time for them, I guess they'll be coming down to come and meet the courts.
The phrase I always remember from watching those early meeting in the courts was bugle beads when they were describing the Queen's dress.
Mm-hmm. It could be that, let's see, I guess this is the meeting of the courts right here. Yes, indeed. The meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas live. Here they come.
They'll do this, they'll greet each other, and then they'll come and switch off, and Comas will march with the Queen of Carnival, and the King of Carnival will march with the Queen of Comas.
And Errol will tell us about the wonderful music that we'll hear in that march. Here we have the 2022 meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas. Above and below the cup, Comas's cup. All hail, Rex and Comas, the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas. Since 1882, my. And Errol, as you said, who is in control right now?
It'll soon be the Comas captain.
It is the Comas captain, isn't it? Yes.
Well, especially after Rex leaves, too.
But he'll be escorting everyone to their position.
Yeah, because Rex is in Comus' house now. So he's got to play by Comus' rules here. There's a story of the 1882 when they met. Like I said, Rex had a queen, Comus did, and when they were leaving, Comus grabbed the hand of the Rex queen, who presumably they knew each other, and escorted her to sit on the throne with him. And that began the tradition of Comus and the Rex queen sitting together, which is a
start of a great tradition.
And here's a close-up look of the refurbished jewels, right, Will?
Aren't they spectacular? Nice to have something good come out of that that 1 year off. Gave time for everybody to concentrate on building their floats, building new floats, refurbishing their floats, their jewels, and just getting extra ready for the return of Carnival, which we're seeing, and it's being pulled off perfectly.
Well, in your interview, I heard you, Tiffany mentioned that it was good to have the 2 years that they could get all this done, even though that's not for a good reason. But they use their time wisely.
There's a silver lining.
Yeah. Comus has the smile on his face, as we said. That mask was made in France.
I love the way the queens curtsy by leaning back. It's just so graceful.
It is so graceful. This Eleanor Pito White, really resplendent. We can say that. Dress is just gorgeous. And her dress is inspired by a relative who was queen, Miss Eleanor Bright, and also by her, as you said, there's her interest in scuba diving, that there's an incredible starfish
and
on the
spear
dress.
fishing and spearing lobster and just being in the water in general, I think.
The Medici collar is, it sparkles so beautifully. And once again, a symbol of Comas. Can't get enough of If Ever I Cease to Love and all the other beautiful songs that we're hearing tonight. And we're getting ready for the big one, the march.
Here we go.
So Rex and the Queen of Comus and the Queen of Carnival.
All right, Mr. Reese, you're almost done, sir. I hope you've enjoyed it. You've certainly done a great job.
All right, Errol,
Here
what are we
today
hearing?
is my great moment in this carnival, the Grand March of Aida. It's an incredible story between Rex and Aida, that they probably had almost the same birthdays. That Aida had his premiere in Cairo in December of 1871, the ruler of Egypt had commissioned Giuseppe Verdi to do an opera with an Egyptian theme to celebrate the opening of the Suez Canal. And so in December of 1871 was that debut. However, it was not what Verdi considered to be the real opening. It didn't have the right singers or the right setting. To him, the real opening was a few weeks later in Milan on February 6, 1872. Rex's debut was February 13th, 1872.
Wow.
So these two, the Grand March of Aida and Rex were like a week apart, almost in their birth. Now, the Grand March, of course, became just hugely popular. It didn't reach New Orleans until 1879, but since then it has been a part of Carnival. It's just a great piece. And curiously, it was commissioned because of the Suez Canal. Egypt was a source of fascination in those early carnivals. If you look at the Rex themes over the first few years, a couple of times they had Egyptian themes. Proteus started in 1882, and it had an Egyptian theme. And Egyptian themes have been common really in the early days of Carnival.
And I know you wanted to read a quote from one of our favorite books.
Yeah, one of the great books of Carnival is a book called The Mystic Crew by a guy named Perry Young. It was written in 1931. It's a real Bible of the early Carnival. And he has this opening sentence where he kind of talks about what Carnival is in the context of winter. And it's, remember the first time I read it, I was just like knocked out by it. But anyway, Carnival's a butterfly of winter, whose last mad flight of Mardi Gras forever ends his glory. Another season is the glory of another butterfly, and the tattered, scattered fragments of rainbow wings are in turn the record of his day. So what he's saying is that, you've had your winter, Carnival has happened, and now there'll be a new butterfly next year. And then from the wings of the past butterflies are all these memories. Anyway, it's a beautiful piece.
And Carnival's fragile, so we have to take care of it and respect it and savor it. Comus's crown is very unique too, isn't it? Well, just none like it in Carnival.
That's right. Scattered, tattered fragments.
Isn't that?
It's the best way to describe it. Of a butterfly's wing. You can just picture what that is. It also reminds me of what happens after a beautiful parade rolls through the city also. The parade itself is a beautiful butterfly, which has come out for one day a year. And what's left behind are a whole lot of scattered, tattered fragments.
Probably a bunch of those on Canal Street right now.
Probably so.
And sometimes those fragments will remain dangling from trees and power lines for several months after Carnival to remind you.
This is quite the lineup tonight on the throne, isn't it?
If you're watching, I've always recommended that the way to watch this part of nourishment is with a moon pie and champagne. So if you have those handy, do this. Because we're heading to the really big dramatic moment now. It won't be long. But the real closing of Carnival.
Everybody has their own thing to eat on the last night of Carnival. Moon pies and champagne, that's certainly one I've heard a lot. Popeye's fried chicken seems to be a favorite, yes.
Well, the big news in the moon pie world is that they came out with mini moon pies this year, so you can eat a couple of mini moon pies and not feel guilty.
The problem is that you eat more of the mini moon pies, so you'll feel equally as guilty.
Here you go, a little grand sceptering right here.
That is the scene of Carnival right there, the sceptering.
Incredible.
One of my favorite moments. Goodness.
Yeah, I guess for Comas, it's still sceptering even though he has a cup.
A cup, that's right. All right. And now we're going to dance. The Jolly Coppersmith. It's always the same song. Here we go. Everybody gets to dance. But we are actually going to give you a close-up look at the maids, who, of course, entered earlier. Let's take a look at the Comas maids. And let me introduce you. This is Ella Maxwell Freeman, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Richard West Freeman III, and she is a senior at LSU, majoring in education. And that is her grandfather.
Freeman family being very prominent in
and here is Miss Catherine Everett Hebe, the daughter of Mr. Odom Bernhard Hebe and the late Mrs. Hebe, and she is a senior at Washington and Lee University, of course, and majoring in English with a double minor in French and studio art. And here is Sterling Ann Kennedy. She's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Theodore Jugert Kennedy, and she is at the University of Virginia. She's a senior majoring in economics and finance. Miss Isabel Susan Lane, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Harry Merritt Lane III, and she is a senior at University of Virginia. And her major is political science and social entrepreneurship.
Izzy.
And we have Julia Keller Nelson, and she is the daughter of Mr. Murray Pierce Nelson and Mrs. Ashley Keller Nelson. And she is attending Sewanee, the University of the South. She's a senior in environmental science. And Margaret Kraft Payton, and she's the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Clifton Payton III, and she is a senior at the University of Alabama. And we have Eleanor Barrett Williams, the daughter of Dr. and Mrs. Claude Summers Williams IV. And she is a senior at the University of Virginia, majoring in economics and psychology. That is the Court of Comas 2022. Congratulations, all. And those heads are still out there. And didn't you say those are usually the younger members or the newer members, and they have to kind of pay their dues?
They're certainly not the older members.
That's true. And we want to show you some beautiful things. We have a Comas invitation, and the theme is the story of the koi. But this is designed by Miss Patricia Harden, a longtime artist for Comas. Beautifully rendered, huh?
Beautifully.
Yeah. Very nicely done.
And what's curious about Comas' theme is that it doesn't have a parade to establish the theme, so it just does it pretty much.
And it still does its doubloon. We'll show you the Comas doubloon. Let's show you that. There we go, with the Comas cup on one side, and the legend of the koi fish. The koi fish. Huh?
Carnival traditions are hard to break.
Yes, that's true. And then let us show you Comas's favor. So this, this is the organization's favor, and it's a koi fish. And then once again from Adler, designed by Tiffany. And then Comas will give to his friends and his family something that relates to him, and that is the personal pin. And so I guess there is meaning in the pin, and if you know Comas, you know that pin. You know the meaning of that pin. Rene Luop. Let me tell you about Rene Luop, because he was such a long-time part of Carnival. He was actually played for 50 years, the Carnival at the Rex Ball. Just amazing. And his son, Rene Luop III, who is Dr. Rene Luop, was kind enough to share this information with me. But his group played at the Rex Ball, and then they went over to the Comas Ball. And for the Comas Ball, he said his dad would wear a gold full dress coat to conduct the orchestra for Comas. And don't think that tradition continues today. But he was very much a part of Carnival. He played for so many balls, including the Hermes Ball. But Renee Luop, in their rendition, which is recorded, their rendition of If Ever I Cease to Love is really very, very special too, and very big band too, as well.
You can see the fun getting started over there.
Yeah.
And if you're watching at home, when the curtain closes, you may very well turn the TV off and your Mardi Gras is over. But for those people in that room, there's a long way to go still. There's generally a Queen's Supper after the ball is over, and then oftentimes a very late night out on the town. Story Charbonnet told a story of 2 years ago. He was out perhaps until sunrise. I didn't quite catch that, and then had to board a plane to Houston for business, and was in poor shape by the time he got there for his business meeting.
And, you know, memories of being the Queen of Comas are, of course, indelibly etched for some young ladies, and even made more special when they are shared. Here's my interview with this year's Queen of Comas, Kathleen Pipes Kelleher. Kathleen Pipes Kelleher, the 2022 Queen of Comas, will graduate from Louisiana State University this year with a degree in kinesiology, focusing on occupational therapy.
OT has been something that I've always been very interested and passionate about. I love helping people. I always knew that I wanted to be in some sort of allied health profession, especially now with just health being so important and rehabilitation, and it's something that I'm very excited about.
Attending LSU, it should be no surprise that she is an ardent Tigers fan.
So one thing that I just can't get enough of is Tiger Stadium. There's nothing better than putting on my Tiger suit that a family friend gave me and just being in the stadium. I've always been an LSU Tiger. It's something that I've really enjoyed having the opportunity to do these past 4 years because I'm a huge football fan.
Among her favorite pastimes is fishing with her family. As for sports, she has enjoyed playing soccer and especially enjoys cross-country running.
It really helped me find connections in my field of kinesiology as they correlate to overall health and wellness, and it was something that I've always carried with me throughout my life.
For Miss Kelleher, childhood Mardi Gras memories are vivid.
My earliest memories of Carnival are probably waking up early on Mardi Gras Day and watching Zulu and Rex, and my grandfather always rode the Bouffe Gras float, so I remember I'd always go and try and find him because he'd always give me a big Bouffe Gras every year. And my dad would also ride sometimes, so I would get to look for him, and it was always a tradition that we did every year.
And of course, there was a favorite costume.
Yes, my favorite costume was probably my pink cowgirl costume that I swear I wore 3 times because I am not very girly, but at the same time, it was a pink cowgirl costume, and I loved cowgirls.
This year's Queen has family connections to Comas courts of the past.
In 1958, my Aunt Jacqueline was Queen of Comas, and it was a great thing to share with her because she and I have been told that we're alike in many ways. My parents were actually paired together as a maid and a duke in Carnival.
In 1989, I was attending Hampton-Sydney College, and Chrissy was attending the University of Alabama, and we were paired together as maid and duke in the Rex Court. And so here we are many decades later with our daughter getting ready to have a meeting of the court experience as well. So we're really excited about it.
The family's Carnival connections are strong.
My grandmother, Claudia Fitzhugh Kelleher, was Queen of Carnival, as well as her daughter. My Aunt Elizabeth was Queen of Carnival as well. My grandfather, Harry Bartlett Kelleher Jr., was King of Carnival, as well as his father, Harry Bartlett Kelleher. My brother, as well as my dad, were Comas pages.
This year's Queen added her own creative touch to the design of her gown, created locally by Suzanne Perron St. Paul.
I came up with the idea from an old invitation from Comus in 1901, and I showed it to Suzanne and told her how much I liked its symbolism and its history, and she was able to pull a beautiful silhouette out of it with Austrian crystals and all kinds of lace, and it really came together.
We loved working with Suzanne,
and she was open to any suggestions and ideas we had to try and make a dress that would reflect some things that Kathleen really enjoyed, and she really enjoys music.
This year is even more special since she and the Queen of Carnival, Eleanor Pito White, Ellie, are longtime friends.
I actually have gone to school with her since kindergarten, and when I was told that she was going to be Queen of Carnival, I was so excited because I had the opportunity to share this honor with somebody that I had known almost my entire life, and we've always been great friends.
Well, we think that this year is particularly special as relates to families, more specifically these two families, these two queens families, because the relationship goes back 70 or 80 years. And it's something that means the world to my family, and I think it means a lot to the White family too.
Even though this may be her first time at the ball, Kelleher is very familiar with the Rex Comus broadcast.
I would watch Meeting of the Courts every year at home with a babysitter, and I remember always looking for my parents and my family members and my family friends, and sometimes I would even wait till my parents got home and we would watch it together so they could tell me, oh, like, that's your uncle, that's my best friend, and it was always a huge tradition that we did every year.
As a final tribute to the 150th anniversary celebration of Rex, we thought we would show you something very, very special. Someone looking back at some more recent memories of Rex royalty, this time through the eyes of society columnist Nell Nolan. She has been covering the New Orleans society scene for so many years and is currently with the Times-Picayunes and, of course, New Orleans Advocate. Here are her recollections of not one but two monarchs in her family.
Well, I'm one of four daughters, and I was so happy for my sister Betty when she was Queen of Carnival. She was just lovely. She was natural. She appreciated it as a beautiful honor, an honor to her family, our family, to herself. She's a bit petite, and she was just darling as Queen of Carnival. Her dress was beautiful, a golden dress, and it right now is on display in the Presbytere. And this was the dress that Betty wore 50 years ago when she was Queen of Carnival, and she loved it. She loved Carnival, and for 50 years she's been ever so grateful.
Now, in 1977, so a few years after your sister was the Queen of Carnival, your dad received this honor. And tell us a little bit about some of those memories.
Well, that was very special for a lot of reasons. I think my father was extremely, extremely honored, touched, and surprised. Betty had been queen just 5 years before, and he may never have thought that this honor would fall upon him. He was extraordinarily knowledgeable about Rex. He knew facts, he knew figures. In fact, not the year he reigned, of course, but he was a spokesman on television for Rex, and he spoke very well. He was a dignified man, a sensitive man, and he saw this as a beautiful honor for his own heritage, for himself, for my mother, for the 7 children, and for his various friends. And in the true sort of humility of Rex.
Mr. Nolan, congratulations. How does it feel to be selected king of Mardi Gras in 1977?
It's a great surprise, it's a great pleasure. And it fills one with hope that one is able to carry on the great tradition that has been set by the former kings of Carnival.
There's a history of former kings and queens. Can you tell us about that?
There is a history attached to our family. will be the only king of Carnival, but my daughter was the Queen of Carnival, and that is her citation up there as Queen of Carnival, and we've had other queens in tableau balls. My wife, Marinelle, was Queen of the Mystic Club, and my children were in the balls, and we've had generations before us also involved in Carnival.
Have you given any thought to what your message will be to the people of New Orleans when you toast on Canal Street in front of the Boston Club?
Well, there are many thoughts that have flooded my mind on that particular subject, but I do believe that the subject of the parade this year perhaps, is the keynote of Carnival. And I think that looking to the stars has always been a symbolism of hope, the future, the bright future. And I think that the people of New Orleans, if they adopted that as a theme, the whole city would flourish as a result thereof.
What does the King of Carnival do on a normal day, you know, one of those 5-day-a-week, 6-day-a-week?
He goes downtown like everyone else, and if he has an automobile, he goes down in an automobile, and frequently I haven't recently, and I go down on the streetcar. And it's a workaday week, just as it's been since 1930, which was the first summer that I went downtown.
The mystique or the fantasy of it is one day old.
That is right, and to the everlasting credit of New Orleans, the sophistication of the fact that you are king. You are king. You're playing a role, and you're not the king, but you are playing a role, and you play the role, and the next day you just go right back to your everyday life. And I think that's really to the everlasting credit of New Orleans that they treat Carnival that way.
And now let's thank those who have made tonight's broadcast possible.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans. And now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
Poitras Home, independent living, assisted living, and nursing care in the heart of Uptown since 1817. The Delray, Camarda, and Hills families salute Rex, the King of Carnival, on his 150th anniversary and are honored to support this program and the other quality programming on WYES. Additional funding is provided by the law firm of Adams & Reese and Jonathan C. McCall. Fidelity Bank, as New Orleans as king cake, parades, beads, doubloons, and the families that get together to celebrate them all. Serving this community since 1908. Hail Rex, hail Comas, happy Mardi Gras.
Demo Diva clears the path to the future. Now we celebrate Carnival traditions and tip our crown to the past.
The Gustav Westphal McElhenney Family Foundation supports the renewal of New Orleans and the ongoing process of transforming our city's schools. Rex organization volunteers and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation are helping assure that every child in New Orleans can attend an excellent school. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex on his 150th anniversary and is proud to support this special program.
Hello, I'm Emmett Dupas, lead partner at Bienville Capital Group, where we specialize in finding solutions to help companies and their employees reach their financial goals.
Brooke Duncan III, Foster Duncan, Kelly Duncan, and Kitty Sherrill are proud to honor their father, Brooke H. Duncan, who reigned as Rex on its 100th anniversary. In honor of John Charbonnet and the late Dottie Charbonnet, their children, Jack, Story, and Ann, congratulate Rex on its 150th anniversary.
You know, our topic today is about savings. What is savings?
Hancock Whitney isn't just a bank for our clients. We're investing in our hometowns, making life better for everyone. So keep dreaming. We've got your back.
Errol, we are almost moments away from something very important.
Yeah, the real climax. What you're about to see happen here is that's the captain of Comas. He's in charge now. And first thing you see, he's going to escort Rex and his entourage out of the room. Very courteously, of course. And then after that, it's going to be just Comas and his lieutenants, and then they will close the curtain on Carnival, the finale. It's the closing moment of Carnival. And we want to see, we don't know if this is going to happen or not. This is something that there's been this tradition over the last few years that Rex, when he departs, does some kind of little gesture. And he doesn't have to, but they have in the last few years. We'll see about that too.
Sometimes Comus does a gesture too.
That's right. 2
Unexpectedly.
years ago. 2 years ago, as I recall.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to
Somebody
get.
making Cafe Boulot, something like that.
Whatever I Cease to Love was a burlesque song that was popular in the 1870s by Lydia Thomas.
Thompson, yeah.
And she was performing in New Orleans. Now, it's a totally different song than what would evolve here. But there was speculation that Ever Cease to Love, that there was a romance between her and the Grand Duke. But the song really pre-existed his coming here. And people knew music back then from sheet music, and that was just a popular song. Since then, it's been adapted in various versions, march versions, and jazz versions. There's some great jazz versions of the song. This is the classic version of
There's
it right
even
here.
one by the New Orleans Nightcrawlers. There's actually a version of If Ever I Cease to Love. And even though the royal raiment is in silver, the backdrop of the Comas ball is very much gold, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a nice contrast. So Comus and the Comas Queen leave first. They'll be the first ones at the party. That's their prerogative. It's their ball.
He is a god. Earlier, as you know, I got to visit with Miss Kelleher. What a doll. She's such a pleasant young lady and very committed to occupational therapy and just all of our courts are just, there's so much community service involved. Really. And of course, Miss White with the Bride School. And all right, let's see. Here we go. Okay, something like we have it in here.
Not quite.
There's
Look at
it.
it. Show you how powerful the captain is. He even gets rid of Comas.
Love the white gloves. Here we go. Oh. Yeah. He's a happy fellow. Anticipating a wonderful evening.
It's time. Can you imagine some of these courts waiting for more than a year to be presented and to have this fun and to have to not tell anybody for all that time?
Yeah. Mr. James Reeves III. And Queen of Holland. And the families have known each other for a very long time, so this made it extra special.
Even vacation together. some people say, why kings and queens and gods in New Orleans Carnival? And really, that's a very European tradition from medieval Europe. They all had kings and queens and fake royalty to organize their celebrations and their parades. This just continues that tradition. Walter Isaacson even points out that a young Leonardo da Vinci participated in those same types of carnival celebrations in Florence, and actually designed carnival costumes and props.
Wouldn't that be something to mount something like that, inspired by?
Let's see. Here's Rex.
Here we go.
Oh.
Hand off of a scepter. Yes. Yes, he loves everybody. He's thankful. He's grateful. He just loves seeing everybody. And a salute. His military salute. He is a Marine at heart.
Perfect.
Semper Fidelis. And as his sister posted today, he is one of the most faithful people, the most faithful person that many of us will ever know. Bravo, sir.
So the two captains are
shaking hands. That's a wonderful sight.
He did it.
okay. So here we go. All that's left is Comas, captain, and his lieutenants.
Here's the ultimate moment that will end Carnival 2022.
Closing of the curtain.
What a great carnival.
And Mardi Gras is when next year? February, 21st or something? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like the 25th.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
It's in the 20s.
We have a year to worry about it, right?
Going, gone.
Okay.
Carnival 2022 is in the books.
In the books. In the books.
Well, I have to say this.
MKC, the emblem. What air? Oh.
You know, as far as we know, unless something happened the last few hours, we made it. We had a very successful carnival.
And we're thrilled that we did. And now we have our third and final carnival quiz question. And now our final question. What does Comas carry during the Comas Ball? Our prizes: a one-night stay for two at the Inn at Comas House, which includes a guided tour of the estate and gardens, and breakfast for two, a $350 value. The inn is located on the grounds of Comas House Estate and Gardens in Burnside, Louisiana, along the River Road. Courtesy of Comas House. A Rex 150th Anniversary commemorative keepsake box made exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A hand-painted glass boeuf gras ornament designed exclusively for Adlers, donated by Adlers. A limited edition flambeau lapel pin designed exclusively for the Historic New Orleans Collection and donated by the Historic New Orleans Collection. A copy of the book, Rex, 150 Years of the School of Design, by Dr. Stephen Hales, published by Arthur Hardy Enterprises and available at rexorganization.com, donated by the School of Design. A copy of the 2022 Rex Proclamation by artist Matthew Hales, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of the 2022 Rex Parade Bulletin, with illustrations by Caroline Thomas, donated by the Rex Organization. A copy of Mardi Gras, Chronicles of the New Orleans Carnival by Errol Laborde, and published by Pelican. A copy of New Orleans Mardi Gras Moments by photographer Judy Bottoni and me, Peggy Scott Laborde, and published by Pelican. And a DVD of this broadcast. You can email your answers to carnivalquiz@wyes.org, or you can mail in your entry to Carnival Quiz, WYES TV, 916 Navarre Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. The deadline for us to receive the entries is Monday, March 7th at 5 p.m. The entries must contain the correct answers to all 3 questions. 1 entry per person. Those entries will be put into a drawing, and winners will be announced on WYES's Steppin' Out program on Thursday, March 10th at 7 p.m. and repeated on Friday, March 11th at 11 p.m. The names of the winners and the answers to the questions will be posted on WYES's website, wyes.org, the following Monday. We also welcome your comments about tonight's broadcast. Once again, email us at carnivalquiz@wyes.org. Good luck on the Carnival Quiz. All right, and February 21st, Carnival next year. And just a reminder that a copy of tonight's broadcast will be available by calling 504-486-5511 or going online to WYES's online store at wyes.org. The price of the DVD is $19.95. By the way, our broadcast will be repeated in its entirety immediately following the completion of this broadcast. Thanks so much to our own crew this evening, Jim Moriarty, executive producer, Terry Landry and Barbara Sillery, our coordinating producers, our director, Will Morrow, chief engineer, Fred Barrett, technical director, George Matulik, media and technology coordinator, Calvin Barrett, and photographer, Lenny Delbert Jr. We were just talking about Lenny Delbert Sr., I should say, and our wonderful production assistants, Sharon Snowdy and Estelle DeVergis, and special thanks to the School of Design, as well as the Mystic crew of Comas. And thank you, Errol and Will.
Thank you. What a great night.
Oh my goodness, so much fun. And thanks to all of you for watching. We now leave you with George Schmidt and the New Leviathan Oriental Foxtrot Orchestra with the Anthem of Carnival. You know it. If Ever I Cease to Love. Good night and happy Mardi Gras.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
In a square, in a quadrant, in a street, in a lane, in a road. Turn to the left on the right hand, you see there my true love's abode. I go there courting and cooing to my lover like a turtle dove, and swearing on my bended knees, if ever I cease to love, may sheep's heads grow on apple trees, if ever I cease to love, if ever I cease to love, if ever I cease to love, may the moon be turned to green leaves, if ever I cease to love.
Funding for the Rex Ball and the meeting of the courts of Rex and Comas is made possible through generous community support.
There's no place like New Orleans. And now that Iberia Bank is First Horizon, we're excited to keep finding opportunities to support this community, its unique celebrations, and special broadcasts on WYES TV that capture the heart of our city.
Fidelity Bank, as New Orleans as king cake, parades, beads, doubloons, and the families that get together to celebrate them all. Serving this community since 1908. Hail Rex, hail Comas, happy Mardi Gras.
Our topic today is about savings. What is savings?
Hancock Whitney isn't just a bank for our clients. We're investing in our hometowns, making life better for everyone. So keep dreaming. We've got your back.
The Delray, Camarda, and Hills families salute Rex, the King of Carnival, on his 150th anniversary and are honored to support this program and the other quality programming on WYES. Support is provided by the law firm of Jones Walker, established in 1937 with offices throughout the U.S., providing a comprehensive range of legal services to a wide range of local, regional, national, and international client base. Online at joneswalker.com. The Gustav Westphal McElhenney Family Foundation supports the renewal of New Orleans and the ongoing process of transforming our city's schools. Rex organization volunteers and the Pro Bono Publico Foundation are helping assure that every child in New Orleans can attend an excellent school.
French Market Coffee, a proud part of New Orleans traditions since 1890.
Hello, I'm Emmett Dupas, lead partner at Bienville Capital Group, where we specialize in finding solutions to help companies and their employees reach their financial goals.
Brennan's Restaurant offers modern interpretations of classic Creole cuisine served in Brennan's elegant dining rooms. Brennan's in the French Quarter, 417 Royal Street. In honor of John Charbonnet and the late Dottie Charbonnet, their children Jack, Story, and Anne congratulate Rex on its 150th anniversary. Dawn Services would like to hail Rex on his 150th anniversary and is proud to support this special program.
Demo Diva clears the path to the future. Now we celebrate Carnival traditions and tip our crown to the past.
Brooke Duncan III, Foster Duncan, Kelly Duncan, and Kitty Sherrill are proud to honor their father, Brooke H. Duncan, who reigned as Rex on its 100th anniversary. Adler's, honored to be part of New Orleans tradition since 1898. Also brought to you by Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. Any challenge, any risk, anywhere in the world. Shaft McCall, proud to celebrate Carnival and honor the monarchs of Mardi Gras and the tradition of service before self. Additional support by Bellwether Technology. Home Care Solutions, compassionate in-home elder care to extend your loved one's independence. Poitras Home, independent living, assisted living, and nursing care in the heart of Uptown since 1817. Additional funding is provided by the law firm of Adams and Reese. And Jonathan C. McCall.